Thank you. You may please take your seats.
The Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development, RGNIYD, is an institute of national importance by an Act of Parliament under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. The institute caters to the academic, training, and research for youth development across the country. We have gathered here for the second convocation of RGNIYD. I request everybody to rise for the invocation song.
Namaskar. When is the meeting beginning? Anybody knows? Hello?
Yeah,
It was
it
supposed
will be
to
started. It will be started 10:30, sir.
Okay, 10:30. Okay.
Most
Thank you very
welcome, sir.
much. Thank you.
Is it going on or just yet started? Because do not hear anything.
The link has opened early, but the meeting will start at 10:30 Indian Standard Time.
We'll start the.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
என்னோட மெயில்ல லிங்க் அனுப்பியிருக்காரு லிங்க் அது வந்து யூ ஹேவ் டு புட் இட் இன் தி சாட் பாக்ஸ் ஓகே
தோட்டக்காரங்க டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணுறது கொடுத்தாரு மேடம். அதுக்கப்புறமா ஹி செட் இந்த ப்ரொசீடிங்ஸ் பண்ணணுமா நேற்று பண்ண மாதிரி. ரெண்டாவது வந்து ஃபேஸ்புக்கில் நேற்றுதும் இன்னைக்கும் ஃபோட்டோஸ் வித் கேப்ஷன்ஸ் அப்லோட் பண்ணணுமா. Total 9 people attending.
Good morning everybody. Welcome to the third day of the International Conference on Buddhist Philosophy and its role in inculcating values among the youth.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Good morning.
Yes,
Okay, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Very good morning and namaskar from India. Namaskar from India. Yes.
Namaskar from Mongolia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you.
So, and to the well in advance, I'm seeing the enthusiasm even by a lot overwhelmed by your response on this topic of very interesting topic of how Buddhist philosophy can youth can inculcate values from Buddhist philosophy. Anyway, again to have 8 sessions, and we would like, so I would like to all.
Excuse me, madam, the sound is not quite clear.
Your voice is frozen, Madam J.
Yeah.
We have a lot of interest to interact with the, so we must give them with
Oh.
Oh, we can't hear you. We can't understand.
Whatever they want to learn from, learned persons like. So we'll begin to by first session. Of course, today we are going to have sessions from guest speakers from Thailand, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Mongolia, and of course India. So we'll begin with the first presentation from Thailand by Mangesh Sukeshri, and he will be presenting on the topic
Buddhism. So for me, as the representative of Thailand, only one speaker who is from Thailand. So I'm really happy to be here in the great occasion, in the great event like this. My paper I would like to present today is Buddhism and Youth in Thailand, Past, Present, and Future. So this is the Buddha image, the biggest Buddha image is just under the construction in the heart of Bangkok right now. So the topics of my presentation, I would like to divide into 3 topics and 3 subtopics, so I can finish it in time. The first one is, where is Thailand in the world? I would like to introduce my country to you. If you know, it's okay. And the second one is, what is Buddhism in Thailand? I would like to introduce you again about the Buddhism in our country. And the third one is Buddhism and Thai youth. We can talk in this topic in the past, at the present, and for the future. So first, I would like to talk about Thailand. Where is Thailand in the world? Thailand, the center of mainland in Southeast Asia, known as Suvarnabhumi, or the Golden Land, from the remote past, and was called by the by the bas relief on the outmost southern corridor of Angkor Wat. The Thai established Sukhotaya or Sukhothai kingdom in Thai language in 1249 AD, after they freed themselves from the yoke of Kampucha's rule or Cambodia rules. King Ramkhamhaeng is the third king of the Sukhothai dynasty. King Ramkhamhaeng the Great introduced Sri Lankan Buddhism to his kingdom in his reign. Since then, Buddhism has become the dominating and flourishing religion in Thailand up till the present day. Now, more than 95% of 66 millions of Thai population are Buddhist. You can see this is the photo of the countries in Southeast Asia subcontinent. Thailand is in the heart of mainland of Southeast Asia. Myanmar is in the northwest, and Cambodia in the southeast, and Vietnam in the east. This is our country. So now I come to the second topic. What is Buddhism in Thailand? Buddhism is the most important religion which has molded the Thai way of life and thoughts in Thai society, especially in Thai youth from the ancient till modern time. Buddhism has also constituted the way of life of Thailand. Without the knowledge and appreciation of Buddhism, no knowledge and appreciation of Thai way of life and Buddhist texts is possible. This is the photo show that in Thai way of life we have a lot of festival related to Buddhism. Like this, we call Songkran Festival or Water Festival that is quite famous in Thailand, and many foreigners come to observe this festival. This is the Water Festival. It's very happy and very funny festival in the summer in Thailand. Now I come to the third topic, that is the main topic of my paper for today. The topic is Buddhism and Thai youth. Buddhism has not only conveyed the religious heritage, but also the way of life, the rituals, the way of thinking from India to Thailand. Now Thai people always follow and regard Buddhism as their own heritage. However, in rapid changing world at the present time, like other societies in the modern world, Buddhism seems to lose its position in Thai society, especially among Thai youth, not like in the past. Therefore, the future of Buddhism and the youth in Thailand is very interesting to be examined. This is my purpose of the paper. And this also the Songkran Festival, the water festival in Thailand. I show you this the influence of Buddhism in our country. Even in the heart of Bangkok, this photo taking place in the heart of Bangkok, the capital city of Thailand. That is also Songkran Festival. In the past, the Buddhism and the youth in the past, what happened? In the ancient Siam, this is the previous name of Thailand. We call our country as Siam before we changed into Thailand 88 years ago. Buddhist monastery played the most important role in Thai educational system. Monasteries were the center of the education run by monks and villagers. All Thai youth had to go to get their education from the monks, who were well versed in all fields of sciences. Monks were teachers and carry out their duty of training others. This became one of the customs in Thai way of life in the ancient time. This photo shows that in the ancient time, monks has the duty to train the youth and the young people. This photo shows the prince in the palace was taught by the old monk. This photo also show in the rural area in the northeastern part of Thailand. The monks was teaching some boy in the monastery. This also the photo of the school system in the past that monks run in the monastery. Another custom in Thai way of life in the ancient time until and still has been practiced by the Thai male youth is 3-month ordination. Traditionally, all Thai young men must enter the monkhood once in their life, at least for 3 months, to study the Dhamma and Buddha's teaching or Buddha teaching. His most important teachings for Thai people is metta, karuna, or kindness and compassion to all beings, and niwata, or modesty. Actually, when you come to Thailand, when you go to Thailand, you can see the metta and karuna of Thai people, especially when we saw the foreigners. Even we have some conflict if we fight each other. So when we saw the foreigners, we stop fighting and we don't harm any foreigners. It is the strengthening for foreigners when they come to Thailand, and this is because of the philosophy of Buddhism, the Buddha's teaching metta and karuna. And again, the most important teaching, that is niwata, or modesty. Actually, in Thailand, when you come, you can see the student or the Thai people, they hardly speak English and they just only smile, and then because they are quite shy, and then they have the Buddha teaching that niwata, they are quite humble and modest. This is the influence of Buddhist philosophy in Thai society, but now it's quite gradually changed, and that now Thai student, Thai young, Thai youth is now they have quite changed a lot. I will show you in the next slides. This is also the photo of Thai school run by monks in the past. So this has become the norm for Thai young men. I'm talking about the 3 months ordination. The norm for all young men in the ancient time. When they disrobe after fulfilling this custom, they became bandit or wise men. Pandit is the loan word from Pali and Sanskrit word. In Thai language, we address a young man who entered the monkhood for some period, then disrobe to become a layman as Tit. Tit derived from Pandit, the last syllable of Pandit. In Thai, we pronounce Tit. The word Tit is shortened from the Pali word Pandit. A Tit can traditionally and easily get married with suitable girl. If they cannot do like this, if not, no girl could marry them. This is our custom. This is the photo show the bell in some monastery in Thailand, and the photo of the image of the Buddha in the heart of Thailand. That is we call Puttamonton, or the center of Buddhism in Thailand. Now I come to the present, the Buddhism and use at the present. Nowadays, there is a controversy among Thai people that whether Thailand should become a secular state or not. Since 1917 AD, the educational system in Thailand was changed and modernized in accordance with the Western country like the UK, the country where the King Rama VI, the initiator of the modern education of Thailand, was graduated. The primary school was separated from the monastery, and monks have no more the teaching duty for the youth. This is the photo of the temple or monastery in the heart of Bangkok. This also show the Thai way of life in the morning. Thai people always offer food to monks and small monk or novice in Thailand. So we call this offer food. We call in Thai we call tak bat. Tak bat is the daily life in the morning. Thai people have to offer food and beverage to monks. We have at least 3 lakhs or 300,000 monks right now in Thailand, and more than 30,000 monastery or temple in Thailand. So all monks and novices have no duty to get money or to grow the rice field or something like that. But their life depends on the lay person, so we have to offer them the food every day in the morning. This is our daily life. This is the Buddhism in Thailand. So now the state fully control on the educational system. Anyhow, Buddhist customs are still practiced in the state primary and high school by Thai youth, such as daily morning and evening prayers for the triple gems, that is Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. In universities, many universities, there are several students who set up the Buddhist club to get involved in both social and religious activities. Even now, the popularity of this club is decreasing due to the new ideology, that is the idea of non-religion. This is happen right now in Thailand. This the photo show in the monastery when young monk, or we call novice, study in Pali. So this show that the Buddhism in Thailand is still they have their own system, educational system, especially in the monastery, but for monks and novice only, not for the lay person, not for the youth. The photo of immoral Buddha, that the precious stone immoral Buddha in Bangkok, in the heart of Bangkok, in the Grand Palace. So this is the most famous Buddha image in Thailand, and this is the biggest pagoda in Thailand. It's located in the Nakhon Pathom province. That we believe that this is the first city, Nakara, the first city. Nakara means city, and Pathama means the first. We call Nakhon Pathom in Thai language. Nakara Pathama means the first city that the Buddhism come and land in Thailand. That we believe like that, because we have a lot of the archaeological site and archaeological evidence show that Buddhism attached to Thailand in this place more than 2,000 years ago. This also we show the pagodas or stupa in Ayutthaya province. This is the ancient time. It was the golden pagoda, but now it is in the rural city. So we can see this much the pagodas. In Thailand, we have a lot of Buddhist holiday. Some of the holiday we pray, we go to the temple and pray to the Lord, pay homage to the Lord Buddha and to the triple gems. The photo show that the monks, the famous monk with youth and the student in high school. So I'm talking about the Buddhism and the use for the future of Thailand. In the rapid changing global community, it is not a surprise for the declining of religions. Buddhism is not the exception. Now, youth in Thailand are in the crash of generations. You might have the idea about the protest to the government led by the unpopular leader by Thai Gen Z, or people who are under 33 years of age, including some young monks. Their demands, the demand is the real democracy, including peace, equality, and brotherhood. So this happening in Thailand right now. Monks changed their role a lot. In the past, we never seen the youth and the young monk acting like this. But nowadays, they become the same with the youth in Thailand. You can see in the back of monk, they together to protest right now in Thailand. So I don't want to talk much about this, because in Thailand there are a lot of people, they blame the Buddhism, blame the young monk, blame the young generation about the protests in Thailand. I just want to show you what happening in Thailand now. And this photo show the yoga or meditation in the university that many students attend this practice also in at the present. And this also can be the future of Buddhism also. So some of them, I mean the generation Z, would like to do the reform of many fundamental institutions of Thai society, including Buddhist authority, that is Thai Sangha or monks organization. One of the protest leader is young monk who is studying in the Reading University in Thailand. He also is my student. I used to teach him. He demands the Sangha authority to be free from government control. So it is the work to see whether it would be good or bad for the future of the youth in Buddhism and Buddhism in Thailand. So this is my paper, this short paper, not long paper. I would like to show the overall view of Thailand, Buddhism in Thailand.
Please.
Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sombat. Such an excellent presentation of the growth of Buddhism in the origin and growth of Buddhism in Thailand, and how the youth were influenced by Buddhism in Thailand, and the status of the youth and Buddhism in Thailand presently. So well presented, such a beautiful presentation. I think all the participants enjoyed it, and there are a lot of questions. I would like to.
I would like to make a small comment, ma'am.
Yes.
Dr. Sombat, I highly appreciate your deliberations. It is
thank you.
highly informative. We have high regard for your country, for good practice of Buddhism and its influence on younger population, the way you presented it. And the influence of Buddhist philosophy among younger generation is visible when somebody visits your country from the humble nature of people of all sections in Thailand. So I appreciate your deliberations and the way you presented different aspects and its practices in Thailand. On behalf of all of us, we thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your compliment.
Now the floor is open for questions. If there are any questions to Dr. Sombat, you can ask. Yeah, there are some in the chat box, sir. Can I just read them out to you?
Yeah, please.
Yes. Bhargav has a question. Is Buddhism, does Buddhism allow women to participate in every single matter in Thailand?
Single matter, you mean
in every matter, in every issue, are women allowed to freely participate? That is the question.
Yeah.
Buddhism allow? Because some religions, the women are not allowed, but does Buddhism allow women to participate in every aspect?
Yeah. Nowadays in Thailand, we are quite free. Especially women can participate every activity. Even you see, actually in the Theravada Buddhism, only men allowed to be the monks. But nowadays in Thailand, we have the monastery that have the women abort, not only men. So they are trying to uh, re uh, re-establish the Bhikshuni Sangha in Thailand right now. So it's very, very complicated issue now, but we also allow the women engaged or involved in every activity in Buddhism right now.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The other question is, everyone is trying to have a better standard of living. What is the role of Buddhism in the development or growth of your country?
Oh, actually, about the economics, it's quite difficult to answer. But actually, in Thailand right now, we have the academic growth from more than 20 years back. Now our situation is quite. I mean, the fundamental facilities is okay for Thailand. Because of the I think because of the way of life of Thai people that was influenced by Buddhism, they are quite humble and they are quite. They care of other people. They would like other people by to have the welfare to be good and we don't blame the social media. But we have to use the social media as our equipment to make the youth close to the religions. Yeah, this is
Help them to inculcate values that are there in Buddhist philosophy.
yeah.
True, sir. Very true. So there's just one more. As we know, this is from Amarendra. He asks, as we all know that youth include both male and female, we listened about various trainings and educational facilities provided to the male youth. I think you've answered this question. So there is a specific training, any role and responsibilities for female youth? I think you have answered this question by saying that recently you have started monasteries specifically for women. That is the question, sir, whether you have any training for female youth in Thai society.
Yeah. We have not only the monastery, we have some institution that means for women, for the girl, especially young women, the young girls, to practice and to follow by some influencer, women influencer, we can say in Thailand. So we have a lot of this, and now the Thai society is quite open for women in every dimension that we can say in Thai society. Not only women and men, but LGBT and many people in transgender, for many people that this open for them also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just one last question before we move on to the next presentation. The question is from Dr. Pavan Kumar. What is Theravada Buddhism as Theravada is practiced in Thailand? Is Theravada Buddhism practiced in Thailand? How the development of Theravada Buddhism in Thailand, how it took roots, how it originated?
Actually, you see, as I show on my slide, in the history of Thailand is not quite long. We have our own history. We established Thai kingdom not more than 800 years. Our history is really short. So we started our history with Buddhism. Theravada Buddhism was from Sri Lanka. We introduced Theravada Buddhism from Sri Lankan Buddhism at that time. So even in the ancient time, we have Mahayana Buddhism in Cambodia, but we accept the Theravada Buddhism as our religion, main religion, major religion in Thai society. That is the Buddhism from Sri Lanka. So we can say our root of Buddhism is Sri Lankan Buddhism.
Thank you, Dr. Somvat. I think your presentation was so interesting.
Thank you.
So yes,
Thank you, madam.
very happy to know, and we learned a lot on how Buddhism has played such a great role, in molding the youth of Thailand. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for attention.
We'll move on to the next presentation. This presentation is from Cambodia, and we have Mr. Kyo Kanti Metia, the Director of International Cooperation, and he will be presenting on the topic Inculcating Ethical Values in Youth through Buddhist Philosophy. I would like to introduce our speaker from Cambodia, Mr. Kyo Kanti Metia. Is presently working as the Director of International Cooperation Department, Ministry of Cults and Religion of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Mr. Kyo has also worked as assistant to the Minister of Culture and Religion and a permanent Vice President and General Secretary of National Council for Solidarity Front for the Development of Cambodia Motherland. And he was also he was the Deputy Director of International Cooperation Department of Ministry of Culture and Religion. He holds a PhD degree from the National Economics University, Hanoi, Vietnam. He's fluent in Khmer, I think that is the language in Cambodia, and Vietnamese language, and also holds a good command in English. So we are very happy, sir. We look forward to your presentation. Over to you, sir, and the time is now yours. Mr. Kyo Kanti Metia. Mr. Kyo, are you there? Mr. Kyo? Yeah. Mr. Kyo, are you there? Because we see Mr. Say is present, so he's a colleague of yours, so we assume that you are present. Okay. There are some issues. While we connect with him and try to have his presentation, we will continue with the other presentation. And this is this is going to be from Sri Lanka. We have Venerable Pusale Vinita Thero, and he will be presenting on the topic, the compassionate meditation and its values in modern times. Let me introduce Venerable Pusale Vinita Thero. He was born in 1988, and Venerable Pusale Vinita Thero is presently working as a temporary lecturer in English in Nagananda International Institute for Buddhist Studies, Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. He is also a bhikkhu in charge of T. Ratana Lumbini Garden and principal of Sunday Dhamma School, Sri Lanka. Earlier, he had worked with Buddhist and Pali University of Sri Lanka, Homagama, Sri Vimalakriti Pirivena Kesalavanta, Sri Lanka, and Sagarmati Pirivena Gama, Sri Lanka, and also in various roles. He has worked in these institutions. He is well versed in English, Sinhala, Pali, Sanskrit, and functional knowledge of Malay language too. He has conducted various research studies
I am sending you photo of
and published
yesterday's program.
papers.
If it could be
I
updated.
now request Venerable Pusale Venithatero to make his
With a
presentation
brief
on
of the resource person.
among youths in Sri Lanka.
Few more I should not copy it. They should take it home. It should be like program schedule wise. This person, his photo.
Can you hear me?
Photo, something like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Just find out what is
Uh,
wrong. You
thank
can
you.
present.
Can I present?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much, madam, for introducing me, and also thank you so much, Dr. Revat Vikramasinghe, the director of Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center in Sri Lanka, and also His Excellency High Commissioner of India to Sri Lanka. And good morning, everybody. I would like to wish you all the best, first of all, before presenting my ideas under this topic in terms of Buddhism or Buddhist philosophy among the youths in Sri Lanka. This topic brings me a pleasant happiness as a young monk to talk about this and deliver my ideas. What's the definitions on youth? When we think of the definition of the youth, the term youth is a period of life. Younghood is a period of life which is the transition from childhood to adulthood. So, in this period, how we can practice the Buddhism, how the Buddhist teachings as a Buddhist, how the Buddhist teachings settle in the minds of Sri Lankans, individuals, and also especially young people, how the Buddhist teachings settle in the minds of Sri Lankan young people is very important. I would like to express few concepts from the Buddhism, especially to highlight what kind of teachings in Buddhism have settled in the minds of young generation. You can see I have put two arrows. One arrows from to the down, one is representing the upside. This is the symbol that I use to highlight the differences between the good and bad, how the Buddhist teachings have settled in the minds of young people. I think you can read my presentation slides. Those who do bad things by the way of body, speech, and mind. The Buddha says, Yekho kechi kayena ducharitan charanti, vachaya ducharitan charanti, manasa ducharitan charanti. The Buddha says, if someone does something wrong, immoral, and also evil, by the way of kayena ducharitam, by the way of body, vachaya ducharitam, by the way of speaking, and also manasa ducharitam, by the way of thinking. These immoral behaviors of the young person or individual direct them to the hell or the down. That's why immoral behavior, the arrow represents the downside. It has been a key concept that has settled in the minds of the young people in Sri Lanka who follow the teachings of the Buddha. Therefore, they are definitely afraid of doing something immoral, something bad, something evil. And also when we turn to the opposite side, those who do the good things by the way of body, by the way of speaking and mind, they protect themselves. The Buddha says in his discourse, this is sucharitam charanti, that is ducharitam charanti. Ducharita means actually the immoral practices, evil practices, misbehavior. Sucharitam means good practices, positive practices, wholesome practices. If someone does something wholesome, positive, good by the way of body, by the way of speaking, and also by the way of thinking, that person protects himself. So in this way, these basic teachings of the Buddha has settled in the minds of the young people in Sri Lanka, especially not only in young people, in all the humans who follow the Buddhism or the Buddha's instructions. Therefore, they believe if someone does something immoral, definitely that person goes to hell. If someone does something moral, that person is definitely going to reside in the heaven. In this way, Buddhist teachings have influenced the minds of the young generations and the other humans, followers in Sri Lanka, in order to practice the good things and continue their life according to the teachings of the Buddha. So this is the concept. These are the teachings that settle, that reside in the minds of the Sri Lankans, especially in young generations. Because of this, I can say, especially everyone of the Can you hear?
Yes, sir. Yes, please continue. We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear
Sorry,
you.
I cannot move my slides, that's why.
Okay.
Then, when we practice something immoral, especially we can think that teachings of the Buddha, has been resided in the minds of the young people in this sense. So this internalizations of the religious teachings properly in the minds of the young generation to practice good control of speaking, acting, and thinking can be a very important matter in the sense of Sri Lankan's humanity. And also because of this internalizations of the religious concepts, young generations, especially girls and boys, they practice different moral activities, positive activities to solve the problems of internalized suffering. So when they practice something good to solve their own internalized sufferings, it is the reason Buddhism, for the Buddhism, that is the reason for the Buddhism not to collect the individuals to increase the number of followers as a religion, but support and deliver host of instructions of the Buddha to avoid the people from doing the unwholesome deeds. In this way, the teachings of the Buddha has affected on the minds of the young people in three ways. So the three ways are behavioral changes, positive thinking, and attitudinal changes. How they have been affected by Buddhism, we can categorize into three ways in this way and can discuss. So first one is the behavioral changes. Secondly, we can see the positive change thinking, and also attitudinal changes in the minds of the young people. So behavioral changes, it refers to the changes of the individuals by the way of speaking and bodily acting. It avoids this concept, avoid the immorality, and the practice, support to practice moral way of speaking and acting. So in some cases, the Buddha says, Vinayonam sasanasya cha ayu. The Vinay is the very foundation. Vinay is the very life of the instructions of the Buddha. Very life means the following the instructions. The Vinaya, the rules promulgated by the Buddha. If we follow the Vinaya rules promulgated by the Buddha to tame our immoral practices by the way of speaking and acting, if we tame our mouth and body in doing immoral things, that moral behavior, that practice would give a life to Buddhism or the Buddha's teachings to practice and continue for a long time. That's why the people think, the young individual thinks, if they practice the precepts to avoid something bad from the mouth and also from the mind, their actions of practice will continue this process of accepting the instructions of the Buddha, and they will give the value of Buddhist teachings to the next generation. Therefore, for this process, for the behavioral changes, as the example, we can consider the observance of the 5 precepts and also 8 precepts. Sometimes young generations, maybe girls and also the boys, sometimes after the marriage, husband and wife with children, sometimes they take decisions to be monk or nun, to leave and say goodbye to the lay life and become a monk or nun and lead a moral life as a monk or nun in Sri Lanka. Because as I said, when we turn our basic concept, as I said, if someone does something positive, that actions of doing the positive things can bring the happiness in the heaven and also can go to the Nibbana. Because of that, accepting the final goal of the Buddhism, people would like to change their behaviors by the practice of the observance of the 5 precepts, 8 precepts, and also sometimes they take decisions to be a nun or be a monk. And also after that we move to some other advantages that people can get by the practice of the behavioral changes, change in the behaviors. So when we change the behaviors, we can maintain our reputed social relationships, maybe between parents and the sons, between the relationship between the religious leaders and also the uh, lay people, relationship between the teacher and students. In this sense, when we move to any relationship, what we think is that each party thinks this person is this young man, young woman is a good person because he or she follows the instructions of the Buddha. They observe precepts. They lead a successful, virtuous life. In this way, we can maintain our reputed good social relationship with each other and also tame oneself. When we avoid our misbehaviors in using the mouth and our body, we tame ourselves, then we are morally practiced, we are morally control ourselves, and also we can lead a true and honest life, and also we abstain from the 5 types of wholesome deeds like killing and hurting the living beings, stealing, sexual misconduct, telling lies and taking alcohol and intoxications, and also become a pleasant man to wife, pleasant woman to husband, and pleasant parents to children, and so on, others within family and societies. Individuals can change their behaviors in avoiding the bad things and doing the good things by the way of the speaking and bodily actions. That is called the behavioral changes. After that, the second theme or the topic we are going to present or discuss is the positive thinking. That's also individual changes by the way of thinking. Positive thinking relates to our mind. When we think of our basic core teaching, as we highlighted, when the people do something moral, when the people do something immoral. So if the thing is immoral, definitely again we think something bad, the results we get. If the thing is good, something positive result we get. When we change our thinking styles, instead of cultivating hatred, people think the good thing is the opposite side of hatred, then the cultivate loving thoughts. These are called the 4 sublime factors of Chatur Brahma Vihar in Buddhism. Cultivate the loving thoughts towards each other, practice the compassion. They think when the people are suffering, they spread loving thoughts and go to help with compassion. Compassionate mind and also altruistic joys resides in the mind of the young generation. They think if someone enjoys the happiness, that is also mine. Others' happiness is mine. In this way, they change their mind to think, and also it spread equanimity. Not only the human beings, not only the animals, not only the divine beings, every being. And towards every being they spread equanimity. That's why after doing every religious activities, they transfer the merits to departed ones. They wish the well-being and happiness for the living relatives and the beings, and also they transfer the merits to the divine beings, wishing their happiness in their heavenly life. In this way, they practice the 4 sublime factors, and also when they practice the 4 sublime factors, normally human beings are full of defilements, especially spreading casteisms around the world. Then Sri Lankan young generation, the new trend because of the influence of the Buddhist teachings, they think by birth no one becomes a higher person. By the action, a person can become a higher person, and they reject the casteisms in the country. They would like to share every loving thoughts with each other, and also they don't want to discriminate any human beings regarding their theme, having thought of their caste, having thought of their nation, ethnic problem, having thought of their religion or country or any differences. They don't want to consider, and they think every human being is equal. In this way, they change their mind because of the core teachings. If they consider, if they discriminate the people, if they accept the casteisms, if they don't want to cultivate loving thoughts, and if they cultivate the hatred and also jealousy and also other craving such kind of mental emotions, they think that is a reason to have a sick mind. If they need to have a good mind, they definitely trust. They need to cultivate these types of Four Noble Precepts and depend on what is good. After that, when we see positive thinking, in this way, humans change their mind. Examples of influences of change in the mind: giving free meals for sick and pregnant mothers. When you travel in Sri Lanka, if you have the experiences, you can see in shops, hotels, they are offering the free meals for sick people, elderly people, and also the pregnant mothers who are expecting the babies. They think that's a merit. They need our help. They don't think of money. And also, Sri Lankan young generation have a new trend because of the influence of these teachings. They go to hospital and supporting the hospital staff to treat the sick people, and also giving food to the hospitals to treat sick people. For example, if they go to cancer hospital, they bring lots of food that are appropriate for the cancer patients, and they spend their money to buy medication for the cancer people, and also treating innocent people, children and disabled at elderly and children homes. And the special thing in Sri Lanka, they not like some other countries, they practice these things not as a rule, not as a custom, not as something promulgated by the government or someone. Just they practice as this is something good from the teachings of the Buddha. So as the way of following the teachings of the Buddha, by heart they engage in doing these things. Then the third one is the attitudinal changes. When we think of the attitudinal changes, please look at when the individuals engage in the behavioral changes and also positive thinkings, these both ways together drive the individuals to these attitudinal changes. You know how young generations, after settling the basic teachings of the Buddha in their minds, how they change their attitudinal attitudes. You know, the story of the young man Maga can be taken as an example. So it says in that story, Appamadena Magava Devanam Settatangato Appamadam Pasansanti Pamado Garahito Sada. In this way, Appamadena Magava, by the earnestness or by the heedfulness, the young man Maga became the lordship or the king of the gods. Devanam Settatangato became the king of the god. Because of that, earnestness or the heedfulness should be ever praised or practiced, and rejections of being late has to be rejected, displeased. In this way, people take this example and some other examples and change their attitudes because of the combinations of the behavioral changes and positive thinking. What it happened is, in India there was a man called Maga. during the time of the Buddha in the village of Machala. His name is Magar. Once he went to watch a musical show. At that time, what happened is when he was in the ground, a host of the gangsters came and fought his place where he cleaned to stay and watch the party. Second time also he cleaned a second place. The same thing happened. Third time he thought, people are very happy to stay in clean places. They enjoy happiness. These gangsters came and fought my places because I have clean. So he decides whether I get angry and fight with them, with my friends, I go and fight, or whether I clean the whole grounds to stay everyone, then no one goes to fight each other to take others' place. In this way, he chose the second option. I should not fight. I should clean all the ground, the premises of the party. Then no one needs to fight each other and catch others' places. Then everyone can stay and watch the party peacefully and happily, because everyone is happy to enjoy happiness. Having thought in that way, instead of getting angry, he could convert his attitudes into good direction. And he did it. Then the people watched the party. As a result, he became, after the death, he became the king of the gods. We call Sakka in Buddhism, king of Sakka. In this way, even in Sri Lankan young generation, the young people practice the same thing. If they are going to do something, they think whether it is good or whether it is matched with the Buddhism, Buddha's teachings, or going against the Buddha's teaching. If it is going in favor of the Buddha's teachings, what happens? They practice that one. Having thought in that way, in Sri Lanka, the young people especially donate their blood and body faculties to save others' life, without taking money. Freely they donate. Donate is donate, not taking money. So they donate blood. Some young and women monthly, once a month they donate, and some people body faculties they donate to save others' life. And also they organize the blessing programs for maternity periods of the pregnant mothers. Then for these programs, both mother and father comes when they have a period of the pregnancy, go to the temple, observe the 5 precepts or 8 precepts. They listen to the chanting of Angulimala Paritta, and they do something good, moral, having observed the precepts in the temple once a month. This has been a new trend in Sri Lanka. Both mother and the father practice something moral, something positive, something wholesome, to get the blessing for their unborn baby who are in the wombs of the mothers. And also Sri Lanka especially has a great reputation, especially for young people, because of cultivating gratitude towards living and departed, towards living people, departed relatives, parents, divine beings, and those who help. That's why, as I said earlier also, they think whatever they do, they remind their fathers and mothers' name. They say their good qualities. They forget the bad qualities sometimes of the humans. And also they think, because of my parents, today I live. So I am so grateful. And also the departed friends, relatives, departed parents, and also even divine beings. They think when we transfer the merits, divine beings take these merits and protect our country. So again and again they do and do the prayers for the divine beings and transfer the merits after doing every meritorious actions in the temples. In this way, some attitudinal changes can be seen. Not only the attitudinal changes, some actions due to these attitudinal changes, we can see some taxi drivers, Chrysler drivers, vehicle owners publish or put a notice. If someone need a transport for hospital, especially for pregnant mothers, elderly people, and those who do not have money, they think they say they provide the free transport to hospital or where they need to go, and also they have taken the decision to avoid the unpleasant cultural values. Especially, they try to convert these unpleasant cultural values into ceremonies according to the teachings of the Buddha. Sometimes when they have a wedding, they need to provide, oh yes, when they have weddings, they need to provide alcohol and intoxication. Now they stop and they have decided they hold their wedding ceremonies at temples, and by the chanting of the paritra they get the blessing, and the same thing goes to the naming ceremony, offering arms and chanting. So in this way people take the decision not to do the unnecessary things even at cultural and important ceremonies in their life, and they have a great pleasure to do everything based on the Buddhist teachings, In this way, among the Sri Lankan young people, we can see the changes because of the settlement of the Buddhist teachings in their mind. So, in conclusion, I would like to say, at the end of, they expect all changes, expecting spiritual attainments. They do everything, their final goal of attainment of Nibbana. So everything, behind everything, their purpose and the activities are designed to do which support to attainment of the Nibbana. And also they control the speech and bodily actions and the minds when they deal with everything, and they utilize this controlling of the three doors, speech, body and mind, to slow their internal suffering, and also they slow their support in this way to slow the social problems as well, and also support to make the world's peace, happy and successful. And at the end, when they follow these instructions from the teachings of the Buddha, they personally think they become pure people. So in this way, this is how Buddhism has influenced on the minds of the Sri Lankans to change their behavioral changes, and also thinking styles, and also the taking the actions because of the Buddhist attitudes. Attitudes changed by the Buddhism. So thank you so much for listening to my speech, and I would like to be happy. I am so happy to answer if you have any questions as well, madam.
Thank you, Venerable Pusile Benitero. Such a wonderful presentation with so much of clarity on how Buddhism has been inculcating values not only in the youth but in the general population of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much, sir.
You are welcome.
Yeah, and so that and classifying it into the three aspects, that is behavior, thinking, and attitudinal changes, I think, which is very, very important and a very good learning lesson. Thank you. There are some questions.
Venerable,
yes.
Venerable, Kusile, first of all, I congratulate
Thank
you
you so much, sir.
for giving an overview. Yes, overview, being an youngest monk on this Buddhist philosophy.
Thank you so much, sir.
I listened to you very carefully. The issues which emerge from your discussion is that the value of relationship in our daily life, positive thinking, moral values, ethics, which are very important in today's society when there is a big challenge for human civilization in terms of degeneration of human values. So the way you looked at this issue, the way you presented the Buddhist philosophy in this context, it is highly, I think, relevant for younger population to think in the same line that we need to nurture, nourish, maintain a good relationship, and we should also be responsible for good conduct in social life, and also we should think positively. Then we can attain all happiness in our life. Happiness is within us. Only it requires a positive, proper interpretation and maintaining a harmonious relationship with everybody. For happiness, we didn't need to go to shopping mall, do not need to have so much of money. For survival, we need basic, bare minimum facilities. As you referred in the beginning, that Swami Vivekananda's thought and vision among younger generation. So in that context, the positive psychology also talks about the same thing, that one should be happy with the bare minimum necessities in life. With this, one can make a significant difference. I highly appreciate your outlook, and I'm sure that you can make a difference in your community, especially mobilize the younger population, being a youth. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Actually, I think the Buddha's teachings is not a religion. It's a way of practice of life. Whether you are Hindu, Christians, or Islam, or whoever, they can absorb these teachings and practice. This is to cease the internalized suffering.
Yes.
Not to buy the happiness.
Yes. Absolutely right. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Yes. Venerable Pusli, there are some questions. I'll just put them across to you. Is it because of inculcating ethical values and non-violence that Buddhism declined in India as soon as Manu and Chanakya established the edict of Sam, Dam, Dan, Ved, Chal, Kapat? This is from Dr. Pawan Kumar again. He's asking this question. Sir, can you please answer this?
I would like to answer. Can you put in the message box? I can.
Yeah, it is in the chat box. It is in the chat box. Chat box. Dr. Pawan Kumar. Shall I read it again?
Yeah.
Is it because of inculcating ethical values and non-violence?
Of course.
That Buddhism. No, I think he's speaking a little negatively. That Buddhism declined in India as soon as Manu and Chanakya established the edicts of that Sam, Dam, Dan, Ved, Kap, and Chal and Kapat. He thinks because of this, what Manu and Chanakya established, that ethical and non-violence declined in India. I think it should have been put the other way.
You asked the questions in the sense of India.
Yeah.
I think decline of the big challenge. Yesterday also I thought of that. Is a way of communication. It's a way of communication and tool to bring the information. So, in comparison of Buddhism with the using of the technology, there is no such kind of damage. There is no such kind of damage. There is no breaking of the monkhood. So, we need to clarify these things to the present society. If not, the people think monks should stay at the temple, not use, should think to meditate only. But the meditation is not the only problem. They have to first protect the precepts. They also have to practice the offering of the alms, and also they need to travel from village to village using the present technological devices. And we all today nowadays we have discussion because of technological devices and also and we should these things for the pure purpose. And also another challenge, the people sometimes when they have become Buddhist from generation to generation without studying any Buddhist text or without referring the teaching, they misuse the Buddhist concepts. So this is the biggest threat for everyone in Sri Lanka to give interpretation and motivate people to learn by heart. Then their interpretations will be okay. I think in this way there are a lot of changes. So if I take much time to interpret all those things one by one, so the time is going on fast.
Thank you very much for clarifying. There's just one more question, sir. One on how behavioral changes and individualistic perspective among Buddhist youth has affected the mind. Something out of personal experience from the country's perspective.
Yeah, personal experience is country's perspective. From my perspective and with my personal experience, I will say behavioral changes. When I was at the temple, people come and invite me to do a prayer, but because of the situations and exams coming near, I did not thought of that. But later, when the people come in, I thought I must make the people happy in a good way. And having stopped my studies, I went to the shrine room with them, and with loving kindness, having given the precepts to them and having recited personally, I reminded my observance of the precepts, and then I control my mind. I changed my behavior in replying to them and did their work. At the end, what happened is no time, no time for my studies. Following morning, I had the exam. Without studying, I went to the exam. But fortunately, the questions were very easy for me. I think a blessing of my behavioral changes. What I wrote supported me to pass the exam, and also in the country's perspective, in Sri Lanka, when the exams are coming near, people come and pray. They need to be virtuous more than other days in the life. So for certain times they practice. Because of that, sometimes they control their mind and speech. They direct their behavioral changes into studies only. Because of just like meditation, they avoid themselves doing the daily things, other normal things, and they direct because of their purpose, because of their aim. They direct and they turn their activities into the study purpose. With the blessings of the religious leaders' instructions, they control watching the TV or other things, and they turn, if they watch something, they turn some. They would like to watch something related to their exam. In this way, they control their changes, their behaviors of the normal behaviors. When we advise, then what happens is we can change the whole person when the exam is coming near. What happens is after the exam also they continue the same thing. So at the beginning we change. When the small children come to the nursery or the first stage of schooling, what we do is we train them to watch the good things, practice the good things. We teach them to not to tell lies, not to kill even an ant. In this way, we avoid them doing the unwholesome things. What happens is when they grow old, when they become young people, easily we can bend their mind into good directions because we train at their childhood. In this way, in the country's perspective, we see the positive changes of the minds of the people at the very childhood. So from the childhood, we start to change the mind. I think enough.
Thank you, Venerable Pusle. I think you have given a wonderful message to all the young participants who are present there. Many of them are students. How to cope with, these values of Buddhism that in their, during the pandemic times. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the next presentation. We are going all the way from Sri Lanka to Mongolia now. We have Venerable Mun Bakhtar from Mongolia, and he will be making a presentation on the compassionate meditation and its values in modern time. Let me introduce the Venerable Mun Bakhtar Chulam. Venerable Mun Bakhtar was born in Atho province of Mongolia, and he is a member of the administrative board of Ganden Tekchengling Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhists. He is also a resident meditation teacher of the monastery. He has been regularly teaching shamatha and vipassana meditations to lay people and giving lectures and leading meditation to various organizations, including the military forces, hospitals, and others. Venerable Mun Bakhtar Bachulam has been a Fulbright visiting scholar program on religious pluralism at UCSB, California in USA. He is well versed in Mongolian, Tibetan, and English languages and has functional knowledge of Hindi. We really surprised both the delegates from Cambodia having a knowledge of our national language, Hindi. Very happy to know that, and your association with India. Venerable Mun Bakhtar also has many publications in his name as author and co-author and also as translator. We are very pleased to have you, Venerable Mun Bakhtar Bachulam, in our conference, and we request you now to make your presentation.
Thank you very much. I so much appreciate your initiative over these 3 days hosting the conference. And thank you very much for your introduction. And I'm from Mongolia, as you know, and Mongolia has a long history of Buddhism. Buddhism actually came to Mongolia over 2,000 years ago. And since then, it has been worshipped. It has been instructing Mongolians towards the enlightenment of nirvana. So
Sir, I think you will have to speak a little louder. And please unmute your mic also, sir. I think your mic some problem.
okay, is it okay now?
Better, sir, better.
Okay, so now I will go on, Madam Ji. So, Namo Guru Be, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dharmaya, Namo Sanghaya. Moderator, distinguished presentators, I'm really privileged to be part of this international online conference titled as Buddhist Philosophy and its Role in Inculcating Values, organized by Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development in association with the Indian Council for Cultural Relations in order to raise the awareness of Buddhist philosophy among the youth in this era of technological advancement. I wish to express my sincere gratitude towards the organizing committee for the initiatives and efforts that have brought us together today from different corners of the world. I hope this international conference will make significant contribution to raising the attention of the youth to the studies and practice of Buddhism further. According to the Mahayana teachings, Buddhist philosophy has major two aspects: the great compassion, aiming at the all sentient beings, and wisdom, realizing the emptiness. My topic to speak is compassionate meditation and its values in modern time. The mind or intelligence or consciousness or soul that is essential object for Buddhists to study, but doesn't belong to any of the five faculties: form, sound, odor, taste, and touch. But it does exist under the influence of change. According to the modern science, the mind is only studied through individuals' brain functions, characteristics, and behavior, and etc. In Buddhist viewpoint, it certainly exists, but it's still not seen as a tangible object, according to the modern science. Even if we try to fix all the external issues, there is no end in doing so. Once our disturbing emotions are subdued, why should we try to fix them? Shantideva, a great Indian thinker, already described the power of the positive influence of the mind in his famous work Bodhicharya Vatara in the 8th century. Later on, the Dr. Jacques Benveniste from France and Dr. Masaru Emoto from Japan concluded that the water has a paranormal ability to receive, process, and transfer the information. As you may remember, the documentaries, scientific documentaries, the Water 2014 and Water 2008 caused sensations for the time being. Obviously, water has its own specific physical and chemical properties, but the most interesting fact is that the positive and negative attitudes of the mind can directly influence on it. In general, the water is blessed and commonly used as a holy substance in every religion. At my childhood, my grandparents would bless a cup of water with reciting some mantras and would give us kids to drink before breakfast in the morning. They would claim that it had some power to medically influence on the internal organs, even though they were not able to provide with scientific reasonings. Therefore, it is apparent that the mind and its intangible attitudes certainly influence on the brain cells positively and also negatively. Can we say that it's just a normal phenomenon according to the physical law? If we set our mental elephant free, in return, we will fall into the miserable suffering. Even an elephant is drunk, it will not cause such a destruction like our disturbing emotions. In the same work, Shantideva also emphasized the importance of balanced attention or mental discipline for the mind, which is capable of influencing on the brain cells and other physical and chemical properties consisting of liquid substance positively and negatively. In fact, There are many people from various walks of the society practicing Buddhist meditation in order to achieve a balanced attention, the best variant of happiness that we humans can obtain. According to our studies, people attending meditation classes regularly at Kandan Tekchingling Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhists, are said to be gaining on how a balanced attention can influence on one's immune system. According to this research conducted by Dr. Alvin Volk, these practicing compassionate meditation regularly have much stronger immune systems and more balanced attention compared to those who do not practice. Also, they found out that those practicing such a meditation have a 30% less risk to develop dementia compared to those who do not. Kunu Rinpoche, Indian saint, Tenzin Gyaltsen, in his work Jewel Lamp, A Praise of Bodhicitta, rationally described the positive power of the mind as followed. By practicing bodhicitta, disturbing emotions and sufferings are dispelled. By practicing bodhicitta, sickness and death are transformed as the path. It is very interesting that Buddhist wisdom has the same description as the modern science does. In general, all the techniques of Buddhist meditation, including both stabilizing and analytical, are intended to develop a balanced attention. But the practice of bodhicitta, supported by the two important factors, mindfulness and awareness, accurately meets the need of today's people. For me, it looks like a social demand, because in today's world, the man-to-technology relations is dominating over the man-to-man relations. Once, Kunu Rinpoche praised the benefits of practicing bodhicitta as the dearest value to be found in the social relations. For those who want helping all the bodhicitta is required. For those who want coming close to all, the bodhicitta is required. For those who want gaining trust of all, the bodhicitta is required. For those who want becoming a relative to all, bodhicitta is required. Like the above mentioned, those who practice bodhicitta regularly have a less chance to be affected by the fluctuating emotions. It's because they reached a certain level of mental balance. Most importantly, such a balanced attention enables us to assess and accept any challenge without being affected by any disturbing emotions. Moreover, it enables one to approach to such problem in a more optimistic or realistic way for the further solution. Hence, I see the bodhicitta as the most optimistic approach. The 15% of the meditators who have attended the beginning and intermediate classes of Buddhist meditation, Kandan Dikshling Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhists, since 2010 are the ones who lost his closest ones, fell sick, failed in business, and left. After practicing bodhicitta and gaining strong balanced attention, to some extent, Such people are inspired to help others suffering from the same problems as they did and bring them to the meditation classes. And the 85% are the ones who come and attend meditation classes in order to know more about Buddhist meditation and the mind training to live life with no stress and to control their emotions and to accumulate good merits. As I observed over the years, a balanced attention noticeably shapes the thoughts, talks, and behavior of a meditator in a very positive way. Even it changes one's dream noticeably as positive, because dreams are the reflection of thoughts rising in one's consciousness at daytime. Thus, in my own experience, a balanced attention developed by the direct engagement of mindfulness and awareness changes dreams eventually. Other experienced practitioners will certainly say the same thing. If one extensively practices any of the stabilizing meditation techniques for many hours on a daily basis, his disordered dream sceneries stop. Instead, all the dream sceneries appear logically coherent or related. Gradually, he enters the lucid dreaming state, where he awakes in his dream and recognizes his dreaming. Surprisingly, it is commonly noticed that practicing the bodhicitta takes relatively faster to this lucid dreaming state than any other techniques. A balanced attention obtained through stabilizing meditational technique is not surprising at all, but the altruistic attitude developed through compassionate meditation is exceptional, as it tremendously benefits an individual psychologically and physically, and as well as her family, office, social relations. Especially in this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is commonly noticed that meditating on the bodhicitta is more helpful for people to deal with lockdowns and its following challenges. In order to overcome this difficult time, many people choose to practice the bodhicitta rather than other meditational techniques, shamatha and vipassana. In Mongolia, it is because the situation requires people to stay united in heart to overcome the pandemic. I found out that a surprising number of people, including close contact medical doctors and nurses and Mongolian nationalities, repatriated from abroad via chartered flights, and those still living in abroad have been extensively attending online meditation classes to learn how to meditate, particularly how to practice the bodhicitta in quarantines these days. According to a survey taken by the Association of Mongolian Buddhist Devotees in the last 30 days, 700 people attended our live-streamed meditation courses, and the most of them are found practicing bodhicitta at the end rather than other methods which were systemically taught. The most common bodhicitta generation meditation practiced. Here is the 7-point cause and effect instruction transmitted by Atisha Dipankara Shirijana, an Indian saint, particularly the giving and taking method. In conclusion, in the key medicinal text of Buddhism, Jushi, the fluctuating or unstabilized attention is the main factor to cause the unbalance both in the mind as well as in the body elements. But its antidote is a balanced attention. As Buddhism is introduced to our other continents, the authentic meditational techniques are highly appreciated, valued by practitioners from various walks of today's society for its surprising benefits proved by scientific researchers across the globe. It is nowadays accessible to relevant research materials of leading universities on the benefits of practicing the bodhicitta and how it influences on individuals' characteristics, behavior, brain cells, immune system. Buddhist meditation, as it very much copes with certain fields of science, neuroscience, and psychology, is being well accepted by thousands of people in Mongolia today. Finally, I would like to thank you all once again and wish the best of success in your endeavors. And also I wish to thank you all for your kind attention. May the Supreme Jewel Bodhicitta that has not arisen rise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Thank you very much. If there is any question,
Yeah, thank
please
you.
feel no hesitation.
Thank you, Venerable Munbhakta. Very nice presentation where you have highlighted the importance of Buddhist meditation and its importance, the way it is gaining importance among the Mongolians, and not only within your country, but those who are, living abroad and resorting to the meditation to face the issues or problems that they come across during this COVID pandemic times. I think this is something which not only during the COVID pandemic times, but generally, the youth or even the non-youth can resort to whenever they have to face the challenges in life. And the way you have compared it. Compare that positive influence of mind through meditation with water was a really excellent, sir. Thank you so much, Venerable Munbhakta. There are a few questions. There are questions in the chat box. May I put them across? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is from her presentation yesterday, and she thanks you for the informative presentation and wants to know how could Mongolia revive Buddha Dharma under long exposure to communist ideology and persecution of Buddhist monks, nuns, and followers in Mongolia, and how does the youth view Buddha Dharma now?
But mostly Buddhism was worshipped as a state religion in Mongolia, like Chakravarti kings. Some many Mongolian kings were regarded as Chakravarti kings, like Indian, Chakravarti kings who were supporting Buddhism to flourish furthermore. Buddhism came to in a great declination in the 1930s. It started little earlier, in the late 1920s, this political purge started. Actually, this political purge was supported, instructed by the Russian communist leaders, Russian Bolshevik leaders. So actually, Buddhism was the core of the Mongolian culture, which was the main factor to protect the Mongolian identity against the, great countries, the great neighboring countries. And then, this purge started in 1930s, and almost 30,000 highly educated, Buddhist monks and scholars were executed, unfortunately, and many thousands of Buddhist monks, who were regarded as the medium class, were sent to hard labor camps in Russia and other corners of Mongolia, and for a long time, and most of them couldn't survive this hardship. Then in 1938, Buddhism was declared to be officially banned in Mongolia. Mongolian communist country declared an atheist country, communist country. Then around 70 years, so actually this communist regime lasted and ruling Mongolia. And during this time, it was very difficult to practice Buddha Dharma, of course. It's, if some people were seen practicing Buddha Dharma, then they would be they would be arrested and regarded as a state enemies, and so on and so on. But in our monastery, the central monastery, was reopened in 1944. 1944. Buddhism was officially banned in 1937, but our monastery, only monastery, was reopened 1944. There's a reason, because Mongolia was trying to apply for the membership of the UN, United Nations, and Mongolia had to prove that their they have the Mongolian government had this human rights, religious rights, and and etc. and etc. But at the same time, the Vice President of the United Nations, Mr. The then Vice President of the United States visited Mongolia, and in his schedule, he he's intentionally said that in his visit, he said he would like to see a Buddhist monastery, whether Mongolia has had a religious freedom or not. Then our government just quickly set up, cleaned our old temple, one of old temple, and found a few monks and put them inside. Then the U.S. President Henry Wallace visited and saw some religious activities, and he said he made some report to his government. Mongolian government had some had some policy reflexive, some kind of policy towards religion, so they in some way they're supporting human rights or religious rights and etc. Then since then the government couldn't close our temple. It attracted so many old people. Old people had nothing to lose, they had nothing to lose if they were to be arrested and etc. Then slowly Buddhism slowly spread, but very under it was spreading under very strict supervision from the government. But slowly, the temples, out of 2,000 Buddhist monasteries and temples, only just 4 temples were survived, and all the others were completely destroyed. Then in 1990s, in 1970s, communist government policy became much flexible towards Buddhism. Then it allowed younger generation to become enrolled in the Buddhist monasteries in order to become Buddhist monks. Then you see, India, we always admire India and respect India. You sent us Kushok Pakula Rinpoche. You know Kushok Pakula Rinpoche from Ladakh? And he actually came to Mongolia as the ambassador from India to Mongolia. He made also a very valuable contribution to the revival of Buddhism in Mongolia. Kushok Pakula Rinpoche from Ladakh. Once he was a parliament member of India, Lok Sabha, member of Lok Sabha. And now,
thank you very much. Okay. Because we have another 3 presentations actually for lunch. Yes, I think this can be shared in the chat box, all the information of the Sonam. But there's just one question, if you can answer that. What is the best place to practice meditation in Mongolia? This is by Venerable
Countryside. Countryside. Huge land, territory.
Okay.
Very small population, only 3 million population.
Yes. So nature, along with
nature. Okay. Just you will enjoy meditation in the nature with wild animals.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Just 1 second, ma'am. I would like to make a small comment. I highly compliment your presentation. We got an overview of practice of Buddhist philosophy in Mongolia. Now we have got a very good idea, and the way you shared everything, it is really very informative, very encouraging, and we are very happy because our origin is also from Mongolia, perhaps. So we have a good connection. India has a good connection with your country.
Yes.
However, how it is practiced, how it is people taken it, I think it is good for mental peace, happiness of common people in Mongolia. So the meditation, other practices. So India government has taken a very good stand to revive that Buddhist culture in India, strengthen its presence here. So we'll have many more programs in future. We'll try to connect ourselves. We'll invite you even physically also, so that we can learn more and we can propagate the basic philosophy of Buddhist culture and its impact on younger population. I think that is need of the hour, to disseminate values among youth of the society. Thank you very much.
Professor Sipnath, thank you very much. Only a few words. In order to revive Mongolian Buddhism, India is helping greatly. Now, 700 Buddhist monks are studying in India. For higher Buddhist studies and practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable.
Thank you very much.
Yaman Bhakta. Now we'll move on to the next presentation. This is from India, and we have Professor V.K. Singh, who is going to make a presentation on core values and perspectives of Buddhism for youth development. Let me introduce Professor V.K. Singh. Professor V.K. Singh is currently a professor of Tibetan and Buddhist Studies at Department of Chinese and Tibetan Languages, Punjab University, Chandigarh in India. Having a vast professional and administrative experience, he has also served as the chairman and head of the Department of Chinese and Tibetan Languages, Punjab University. He has been member of various expert groups and committees at various academic institutions as well as professional bodies. Professor Singh has published 3 books and more than 24 research articles in national as well as international journals. His area of interest includes Pali, Tibetan and Buddhist studies, Mahayana philosophy and eschatology. Professor Singh is well versed in Hindi, English, Tibetan, Sanskrit, Pali, Russian, Punjabi, and Bhojpuri languages. So he's multilingual. We are very honored to have you with us in this conference, Professor V.K. Singh. The time is now yours.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So I am here to present my paper. Although I have given it very generic heading, but I am specifying it to the same as my previous predecessor done with Vipassana. So I have prepared something very short. My article, it is not very long or lengthy one. So once again, thank you. So Honorable Director RG NYIB, and thank you, Professor Vasanti Rajendran. So and all the delegates. Now I present my paper. So dear friends, I am here to speak about the Buddhist philosophy and its role in inculcating values among youth. I have been chosen in order to understand it thoroughly. So I am sharing my screen if at all it is possible, so that you may see it also. I hope it is visible now.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Not,
Yes.
yeah.
Visible.
I am very glad for the topic, because through this topic I will be able to justice the reason of Buddha choosing to impart and share his with people. The same reason for every scholar to present his own view. Since Buddha started at the time of Buddha, same reason, it is because of compassion. It is the Buddhist philosophy that he realized under the people tree, later known as Bodhi tree. Because of his great personality, he realized the meaning of carrying the human life and set the goal. It is because of the Buddhist philosophical concept that declares Buddhism to be the most scientific religion based on logic and objectivity, and not on the dogmas of right and ritual alone. Again, it is because of the philosophical content that has made the Buddhism life today, with all its beliefs and faith remain unbroken in the dialectic methods unsecond. The philosophical conceptualization of the Enlightenment that made the winning team with its adherents won the hearts of people everywhere it went. Wherever they went to propagate the message of Buddha, the philosophical analysis built a wall that no one can cross, and the flourishing Buddhism prevailed. Moreover, it is to be understood here that Buddhist philosophy as preached by the Buddha was neither a philosophical lecture or system of thought, nor it was directly established to clear his stake on the various technical stand, or as we can say on metaphysical concepts. Buddhist philosophy commenced, and rather I will use the word descent from the teaching of Buddha during his 45-year-long sojourn in very simple language, and the dictums were given in very practical and naturally inferred life-like situations or happenings, rather in a scholarly debate, and there was an evident reason to it. The entire thrust of Buddhist teaching is about giving the listener a method enabling them, and not the religion, to find the way for a removal of suffering, not by mere listening or chanting or worship, but by following it. It was never an aim of Buddha to win a scholarly debate in order to establish his point along, although it happens many a time, he won, of course, that he won the debate, and many philosophical thought establishing during the process. This point made clear by writer A.K. Warder in his book Indian Buddhism, and I quote, "It is most characteristics of Buddha that he always adapts his talk to the person he is conversing with. His courtesy in arguments result from this. It is certainly not the way to denounce the opinions and practices of another, to his face and challenge him to justify them. His method rather is to seem to adopt the other's point of view and then by questioning an answer to improve onto until a position compatible with his own has been arrived at. Thus, he leads his partner in discussion towards the truth as he has discovered it, but so that the partner seems himself to continue his own quest in whatever form it had taken and to arrive at a higher truth than he had previously been aware of or more convincing moral ideas. Unquote. When a person agreed and get ready to listen or learn something, he develops an attitude within the thinking process to accommodate new values as per wish to learn. This attitude of learning is actually the real identity of being youth, since only the youth is elastic and accommodative enough to approach to receive or educated by new values or ideas. Old have their prejudices and presumption of past, and the mental status of child is not mature enough to grasp new ideas and even to listen sometimes. Hence, it can be said that whosoever had and has taken the triple refuge in front of the Buddha and agrees to be a mendicant, left behind the traditional lifestyle of the then time, must have having a youthful mind. Even physically, he might be in a mature age. Hence, all those who came with the Buddha forming the order should be called youth. Therefore, it is good to observe 12th January, but at the same time, we also think that Swami Vivekananda was not considering his concept, ideology, and effort for the youth just for a day only, or for the sake of celebration only. It is a constant effort, and it can be derived from the life of both these great personalities, whether it is Swami Vivekananda or Lord Buddha. Both were in favor of constant efforts. But we as a society have to adopt a design, and then we remember and acknowledge the legacy of these personalities, not limited for a day or week. There will be positive vibration all around, all the year, a shift in the goal making of the psyche of our youth to consider the efforts of this personality and to follow the path shown by them. I have one more reason to call the adherent of Buddhism youth, and that was the system of counting their age that established by the Buddha himself. When the Buddha started, he gave to reason to that, and that was justified, since a person when entered into Buddhist order after his ordination get a new birth as he now develops a new path and the goal of his life that is chosen, and it is not given only. The first counting was the biological age with his physical birth, and now the new system of counting started with when he get new birth in the realm of Buddhism. So the youth in Buddhism means the one who has taken the birth in Buddhism, and now he is young, energetic enough to follow the path propagated by the Buddha, and after spending his childhood as Sramanera or novice, or in Tibetan Getsul, we can say. Now let us talk about today's time. We cannot stick with the above attribute in Buddhism today, and we have to take into consideration the meaning of youth as everyone as we take, that is the biological age. But this was not as the exclusivity in meaning. Rather, we can add this factor to the previous factor of counting the age. It is in addition to the previous counting with entry in the order. Now, for the sake of distinction, we may call them youthful instead of youth henceforth. Hence, in the modern time, we are addressing the Buddha message to the youth and youthful both. In my understanding, the message of the Buddha to the youth and the youthful both consists of 4 steps in order to take a step in direction to end of their torment, irritations, conflicts, and uneasiness. But let me clear first, the message Buddha is not limited to any particular section of the society. Then the only reason to discuss here about the youth is that it is the section of the society that bears the possibility and potential to take the bold step that will be required to archive the goal. That is the end of problems. That is the goal in Buddhism. Change both from within and from outside. I am here talking from the reference point of vipassana or vipashyana, that is the practice of the youth to follow. It is the unbroken technique of meditation. Let me commence with the understanding of the function of our mind, and then we will be able to understand how vipassana works. These are 4 steps of the functioning of the mind as it is below. Our mind record any input in 5 senses and complete the process out of habit formation arose due to ignorance and lack of awareness. These are cognition, recognition, feeling or sensation in the body, and reaction. In Vipassana, one has to learn to observe this function in order to get rid of defilements already produced and to prevent the defilements for future they are going to be produced. To understand this, we have to understand the relation between mind, body, and sensation and their interrelation. Let me give you a glimpse of the concept regarding Vipassana, and then it will be clear how it takes away the defilement from us. I am going to share some slides I have prepared on my understanding of Vipassana. So now I am going to share some slides I have. Hope it is visible. Is it visible?
Not yet, sir. Yet,
Now it's
no.
visible. Now it's visible, sir.
Okay,
Now
thank
it's
you,
okay.
thank you.
No.
So this is Vipassana. Vipassana. So in Pali it is Vipassana, and Hindi is Vipassana. In English it is called the insight. You can say it because Pasya is for that, theory and practice. So,
See, your sign is not visible.
so I'm so sorry because if I try to again to do it.
Yes, please.
Give me some time. Yeah.
Yes, now it is visible. Now it is visible.
Thank you. So the term Vipassana and alike words in other tradition also. In Buddhism it is Vipassana, but in Sri Ravi Shankar it is Sudarshan Kriya, and it is in Jainism the same like in Preksha Dhyan, and in English as Alex Beman has wrote it in his book that discerning the real. So this is the same words may have their different methodology, but in the spirit they are the same. So the next Vipassana is an ancient Indian meditation technique. It was rediscovered by the Gautam Buddha 2500 years ago, more than 25 of course. Since the time of Buddha, Vipassana has been handed down to the present day by an unbroken chain of teachers. So the concept of Vipassana, a non-sectarian meditational techniques, aims at the total eradication of mental impurities and the resultant highest happiness of full liberation, healing, not merely curing the disease, but the essential healing of the human suffering as its purpose. So Vipassana is a way of self-transformation, of the self-observation. This is the way. It focuses on the deep interconnection between the mind and body, which can be experienced by disciplined attention to the physical sensation that form the life of the body and that continuously interconnect and condition of the life of the mind. It is this observation based on self-explanatory journey of the common root of the mind and the body that dissolves mental impurity, resulting in a balanced mind full of love and compassion. And as a result, the scientific law of nature that operates one's thought, feeling, judgment, and sensation become clear and surfaced. Through direct experience, the nature of how one grows or regresses, how one produces suffering or frees oneself from suffering is understood. Life becomes characterized by increased awareness, non-delusion, self-control, and peace. So Vipassana means to see the things are happening. This can be said etymologically, Vipassana means this, to see. As in Sanskrit, we all know, Pash means to see, Vi means better see. So as Vipassana means to see the things are happening as they really are, not what they appears to be. So some of the examples, the horizon, that's the place where the sky touches the earth. Look at the sun. Second example, look at the sun and you see that the sun rises and sets in east and west respectively. Third example, take a glass of water and put a pencil in it, the pencil appears to be crooked. These all are what we see. As ignorance is the cause of suffering, the same in the case of these three incidents of appearance only. In the first case of it is the cause is the distance from the sun. This is the cause of appearance, that the sun rises and sets. In reality, we know it is not. If we stand on Pluto, the sun will appear as a night bulb only. Standing on the earth, it looks like a yellow football. But standing in front of sun, if at all it is possible, hypothetically, it will be an ultimate truth. We see naked truth. So when we meditate, we cover this distance from appearance truth and ultimate truth. So we need to understand the difference between the apparent truth and the ultimate truth. How our decisions go wrong when we suffer, because we are taking decision on the basis of apparent truth. Let me take one more example, the story of 5 blind people describing an elephant. Each one, I'm not going to the detail of the story since it takes too long time, we all know it. So each one of them claim to be truthful, but they are not. The expert comments of these 5 blind people's, their opinion, suggestions, analysis, and views were wrong. They are apparent truth. Likewise, our 5 senses, ear, nose, eyes, tongue, and touch, 5 blind senses. Our suffering is increased day by day because we live in the world of appearance and not in the world of reality. This established the need to live in the world of reality. So how our suffering keeps on increasing and how is important to live in the world of reality and not in the apparent truth. How our evaluation, suggestions, views, expert comments, opinion, and decision are depending on the input of 5 senses, only apparent truth. We work 5 to 10% of the mental capacity and the rest filled with negativity only. When the anti-scan virus works in the computer, the capacity to process increases. So our capacity to work increases as Vipassana works as antivirus program. We are running the antivirus scan when all the programs are not working. It's the antivirus scan program that works. If we keep pressing Control Alt Delete, we know it, the delete button on the computer, one by one, the programs get deleted. For example, angers come to the surface after all programs deleted, and angers get deleted. The same way, there comes the time when all programs of negativity get deleted. The reason to go to meditation center and practice Vipassana is to train our mind and master the 5 senses and learn to lead a happy life, a balanced life, a life of peace and harmony. In olden days, a temple was a place to learn and master the scriptures, both in Vedic and Brahmana culture. The Gita, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Pitaka, Agamas, we master the scripture and apply them in our life. But nowadays, things have been changed and the shortcut is being sought for every goal. Nobody wants to master the scripture and lead a good life and apply the scripture in our life. So then I want to say another aspect, how we understand our karma and its result. That is when we saw a seed of mango, get a fruit of mango, and the multiplication effect, that is sweet fruits. When you saw a seed of neem, you get a fruit of neem and the multiplication effect, that is bitter fruits. We get similar fruits with the multiplying effect, and we can see a continuous process of multiplication. If somebody has eaten fatty food, she may have a fat body. Some way with the mental body. Seeds of anger reap fruits of anger. Seeds of hatred reaps fruit of hatred. It is continuous process of multiplication. Just like a rubber ball, when it is hit hard on the ground, the ball bounces 10 or 15 times, not once. Before the charge of ball is over, when it comes to a stop, that is the multiplying effect on the ball. Anybody who sow the seed of mango will get many fruits of mango. Thus the multiplication process goes on. So Vipassana is the process of actually mental purification. As yesterday, Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh also recited the same Dhammapad 183, Sabba Papasa Akaranam Kusalasya Upasampada. Sachitta pariyodapannam etan buddhana sasanam. That is, by self-observation, we can eliminate this. This is fruit is as per seeds. So the seeds of bad food and the fruit reaps bad result. There is no forgiveness in the law of nature. In the same way, if you sow seeds of anger, you will get fruits of anger. You sow seeds of hatred, you get fruits of hatred. So seeds of attachment, you get fruit of attachment. That is bewildered and suffering. Nothing wrong in the happiness. Nothing wrong in the what happens in the world. So everything you get, suffering or happiness, same. We always have the habit of saying, this is going wrong in my life. And what is going wrong in my life? He was wrong, she was wrong, situation was wrong. But we always have the habit of thinking that lots of wrong were happening in our life. But the truth is that nothing wrong happens. It is our doing that is going fructified. If we hurry now, then later you have to worry. In today's world, people are making money in the name of career in very unbalanced manner. They pay a heavy price for bad health in future. They make extra money to pay their extra medical bills in the later years of their life. They are making money only to pay medical bills. They get a heart attack, then another one, and finally doctor tells them to go to states on some better treatment. They had sown the seeds of suffering, which is in turn reaped fruit of suffering. So what is the cause of suffering? Rich man, poor man, beautiful lady, handsome man, everybody in this world is suffering. But why? What's the cause? Buddha realized this mind has two deep-rooted habits. The other is aversion. And we twist it for some hours. And sometime if we leave it, what will happen? It will rewind back in opposite direction. It is a natural process. All we have to do is to learn the art of observing the reality that is stopping to winding it. So, and that is all twisted rope. That is natural process. All we have.
Vipassana, and you have actually clarified to all of us how it leads to mental purification. It's a technique of meditation, and youth actually can be more adaptive and therefore they will be able to actually receive these kind of values that Buddha of course your excellent very clear views, giving good examples, very good examples, which actually we are able to lay persons like us practice of vipassana, and by giving such good examples like the difference between a mango seed and a neem seed. What you sow, you reap. That's there is a general of examples. Thank you very much, Professor. And we will now, I think, if you're ready, sir, we'll take the questions. There is just
Professor Shingji, thank you very much for giving a very lucid presentation on the issue, giving practical examples. It was very interesting to participate, and I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you very much once again for accepting our invitation and sharing your long experience in a short span of time. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You can go ahead with asking, taking a few questions. Yeah.
So, Professor, we will just take one question. Questions from Dr. Sonam actually. She asked, why do you say that adults need to have youthful mind? How must Vipassana be included economics so that the international leaders rethink current notion of growth alone and not GDP based economy?
I am very weak in economics, so I don't know the GDP what it is. But a region, I think I can say some one or two sentence. And being youthful, I means not of physical age. Being youthful because it is youth, full of energy and ready to adopt to the new things. So in the time of Buddha and right now, 2500 years, Buddhism was progressive, and still we have to accept the challenge of our karma and result. This is new to us, only youth can accept it. That's right.
Thank you, sir. If there are any other questions, participants, you may unmute your mic and address them to Professor V.K. Singh. I think there are no more questions. So let us thank you, Dr. V.K. Singh, for that nice
Thank you,
presentation, very
Madam
scholarly
Dharmendra.
as
Thank
well
you.
as
Thank you, all the team.
very
Thank you.
nice, good examples. Thank you very much, sir. So we'll move on to the next presentation by Professor Rana Purushottam Kumar Singh from India. And he's going to speak on Eightfold Path of Buddha, the message to the youth. Let me introduce Professor Rana Purushottam Kumar Singh. He is currently the head of the Department of Buddhist Studies, Nava Nalanda Mahavihara, Nalanda, Bihar, in India. It's a deemed university under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Earlier, he worked as Assistant Professor, Department of Pali, Nava Nalanda Mahavihara, Nalanda, Bihar, and Assistant Professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi. In pursuance of his research, he has presented a number of papers in various seminars and conferences held from time to time in India and abroad, and he has published several articles and books to his credit. In order to broaden his academic horizon and expand insightful paradigms, Professor Rana has done field work at different archaeological sites in Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Philippines, Pakistan, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, China, etc., in search of tangible as well as intangible Buddhist heritage. In 2015, Professor Rana was sent to Medan and Jakarta as expert of Buddhism during the Buddhist Karika exhibition organized by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Embassy of India in Jakarta, and Nava Nalanda Mahavira. Professor Rana Purushottam Kumar Singh has also been associated as a member with various professional academic bodies of eminence, such as the Southeast Asia. He is mentioned as SR, ICAPS, ISBS, IOC, IHC, several such academic bodies. Thank you, Professor Rana Purushottam Kumar Singh, for being part of this conference and going to make the presentation on Eightfold Path of Buddha, message to youth. Time is yours, sir. Now.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Actually, yeah, it's a matter of great pleasure for me that I got an opportunity to share my views from the platform of Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development. And really, I'm thankful to all members of organizing committee and persons directly, indirectly associated with this event. Actually, the title is very important, Eightfold Path of Buddha, Message to the Youth. India is the young country, the country of youths. So, all philosophies, theories, and other things, researches should be youth-oriented. Because we are in the process of making a stronger nation, important nation in the world. Of course, we are. So we have to think, we have to do research, concentrating upon
Professor Rana, can you just come before your mic, sir? We are not able to see you fully.
Yeah, I am visible. Now it's okay? It's okay? Hello?
Just
Your voice
adjust
is
yourself.
frozen, sir.
Adjust yourself to the mic, to your camera, sir. That is all. That is our request.
Now it's okay? Hello?
Your voice is okay, but your video is not okay.
Oh, yeah.
Pardon? I'm
Still,
not
still
visible.
uploading. You're visible, but your video is frozen, sir.
Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Oh, my net is maybe slow.
Maybe your network problem. Please continue, sir. Please continue. Your audio, your audio is clear. No problem, huh? Professor Rana, are you there?
Yeah, just trying to change the network.
I think you just go ahead with your audio is very clear, sir. You can switch off your video and just speak so that we can complete the session on time. And we have just one more session, one more presentation after yours. There is one presentation from Vietnam.
Okay. So now it's okay?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead, sir.
So eightfold path, that is also called middle path. Okay. There were two extremes in India, the Indian religious system during the time of the Buddha. That was eternalism, that is Shashvatvad, and annihilationism, that is Uchchedvad. Both the stream of thoughts, Shashvatvad and Uchchedvad, were not practical for the society. So Buddha dismantled these two theories, these two concepts, and then established middle path, Majjhima Patipada. Majjhima means middle, and path, Patipada means path, way. So he has established the middle path for the common people. One thing. Another thing, the focal point of Buddhist philosophy is the Buddha always repeats that dve ime bhikkhave desemi dukkhang cha dukh nirodhang cha. O monks, I discuss about two things only. I give two things only. There is suffering and there is removal of suffering. So understanding suffering, identifying suffering, and removal of suffering, elimination of suffering, is the 2 points, 2 focal points of Buddhist philosophy or Buddhism. Another thing I would like to discuss is Buddhism is suffering-centric religion, and this is for well-being of the common people, well-being of the masses. When Buddha preached his first sermon, turn the righteous wheel, that is called Dhammacakkappavattana at Sarnath, he invited the monks, Charath Bhikkhave Charikang Bahujan Hitaya Bahujan Sukhaya. So, for the benefit for the well-being of the common people, the Bahujan. So, each and every aspects of Buddhist philosophy dedicated to the well-being of the common people, whether it is Four Noble Truth, whether it is Eightfold Path, whether it is dependent origination, whether it is understanding the three characteristics of the world, everything is concentrating upon the two things, that there is suffering and removal of suffering. I am explaining Eightfold Path on the basis of a scripture so that I can explain Eightfold Path for the youth, the young generation of the country, and not only the country, but young generation, younger generation of the whole world. This middle path is dedicated to the suffering beings of the world. This is dedicated to the salvation of each and every member of the global community. So, eightfold path, the first path is called Sammaditthi, that is right view. In scriptures, it is said like this: Sammaditthi iti sammadasana. Chatunnang ariya satchanang yanang. Sammaditthi, the right view, is the knowledge of Four Noble Truth. What is this Four Noble Truth? Four Noble Truth: there is suffering, there is cause of suffering, the removal of suffering, and the path leading towards removal of suffering. So, the younger generation is suffering from wrong views, wrong ideas, wrong ideologies. One has to understand what is the right path. The another aspect of first path of eightfold path is यो कुशलं जानाति कुशल मूलं जानाति अकुशलं जानाति अकुशल मूलं जानाति तस् सम्मादिट्ठी होती. Those who knows the root of the morality. What is the root of morality? How this absence of greed, absence of hatred, and absence of delusion is the basic, the root of the morality. Akusalang janati, akusal mulang janati. What is immorality? What is immoral? And what is the root cause of immorality? The greed, hatred, and delusion. These are the three immoral roots according to Buddhism. So those who know morality, moral roots, immorality, immoral roots, has right view. Another aspect of Sammaditthi is right view is yo dham sabhavang janati. Everything is impermanent. What is dham sabhav? The nature of the dhamma, the nature of the worldly phenomena. Everything is impermanent. Everything is matter of suffering. And there is no soul, nothing like soul in this cosmos, in this world. This is the nature of the dharma. Again, those who knows dependent origination, Paticca, in this way, the first path dealing with the right view. Another concept in Buddhism is viparyas. Vipalas in Pali and viparyas in Sanskrit. That understanding, knowing wrong things as right thing. So, how one can understand the real nature of the world, the real nature of phenomena is vipalas, viparyas. Sammaditthi means an overall complete view, right view, to know the reality. What is the reality of the world? The second path is Samma Sankappa, determination, the right determination. It is also related, directly related with the youths, the younger generation. Give up the determination for wrong things, the wrong causes, and concentrate over the right determination, the determination for the well-being of the world, determination for the well-being of the nation, and determination for the well-being of the society. So, determination to give up the household life, if required. Household life means the narrow thinking. Giving up the household life, this is for mendicants, but for youth, don't attach so much with the household world. Spare some time for the nation, spare some time for the society. This is Nekham Avyapad Sankappo, not to harm anybody. The determination should be related with not to harm anybody. Don't harm. According to Buddhism, sabbe pana, sabbe bhuta samsama. All creatures of the world, either big. We have to refrain, we have to abstain from wrong speech. This is called right speech, like false speech, harsh speech, telebearing, and useless talk. The youth has a strong, they should be determined not to create anything wrong by our speech. A speech should be right in nature. One should speak right thing. Don't create rumor. Don't speak uselessly. You have to determine yourself for that. And then Samma Karmant. Right action, the karma. Here, there is also, we have to, again, non-violence is so important in Buddhism, again and again it has been repeated. In almost all books of Pali literature, in almost all books of Sanskrit Buddhist literature, Tibetan literature, non-violence has been advocated, propagated. So again in Samma Kammanto, again in right action, there is Panatipata Vermani, refraining from violence, killing the creatures. Second one, Adinna Dana Vermani, receiving anything for which you are not authorized. Stealing. In crude word we can say stealing, but under the purview of Adinna Dana, all things, receiving anything for which you are not authorized one. So Adinna Dana Vermani. And then Kamesu Michhachara Vermani. Kamesu Michhachara Vermani means refraining from sensual misconduct. The whole world, particularly in India, every month, every week, we have news from different news agencies, news mediums, whether it is electronic or print, the rape, sexual misconduct by youth. This is totally against the ethics of India. Buddhism is not a new thing. This is a product of the Indian soil. So this is totally against the Indian ethos. The rape, the sexual misconduct conducted by any youth, any member of Indian fraternity. Now, Samma Ajivo, right livelihood. This is also very important. And Samma Ajivo is the birth point of Buddhist economics and Buddhist management. You might have gone through, you might be knowing about the book The Small is Beautiful by Schumacher. First time, Schumacher gave a new terminology, a new term, Buddhist economics. So Samma Ajivo, our livelihood should be right, ideal. And at the time of the Buddha, and even today, forgery, greed for wealth, and out of greed, doing all unlawful works, immoral means of earning is a part of Michha Jivo. And opposite to that, there is Samma Jivo. Now, there is Samma Vayamo. Samma Vayamo is a base of, is a backbone of Buddhist psychology and psychotherapy. One has to be alert. Yatha anupannanang akusalanang dhammanang anupadaya bayamo upannanang akusalanang dhammanang pahanaya bayamo. You have to make effort. The young generation has to make effort that if the immoral tendencies is not part of our personality, we have to make effort. It should never be a part of our personality. If moral tendencies are part of our personalities, it should increase day by day. So we have to make effort for moral and immoral. Immoral things decrease every day from our personality, and moral things should increase every day, every moment in our personality. So this is Samma Vayamo, right effort. Vayamo means not exercise, not physical exercise, Bayamo means mental exercise, and our young generation should be alert. Our young generation should be attentive that immoral tendency, immoral habits, immoral practices should remove up from our personality and moral things should encourage. And another one is sammasati, right mindfulness. This is very important. Buddha always suggests to be mindful. Dve variko chev sati vadami. O monks, I say that mindfulness is like a doorkeeper, like a guard. A guard protects our house from unwanted situations, unwanted persons. In the same way, we have to be alert. The mindfulness is just like a guard. It keeps us from the unwanted ideas, from the unwanted thought, from the unwanted practices. So this is sammasati. And it has 4 parts, 4 limbs. Introspection of our body. Our young generation should know the Indian knowledge system, the Indian psychology, the Indian psychotherapy. This is our ancient mode of psychotherapy and mode of day-to-day conduct of life. So it has 4 parts: introspection of body, introspection of feeling, introspection of consciousness, and introspection of ideas. You have to introspect your bodily changes. You have to control your ahar, food, and vihar, lifestyle. Ahar and vihar. You have to lead a disciplined life. Introspection of your feelings, how you feel, how you react, how your personality react after any incidents, after any words receiving from others. Then chittanupasana, introspection of your consciousness. How do you think? And then dhammanupasana, ideas. What kind of ideas coming in your mind? Whether this is negative or this is positive. This is main thing. Friends, so be alert. You have to control your personality according to the Buddhist philosophy, Buddhist perspective. And the whole structure of Buddhism is meant for youth, the younger generation. How you have to maintain your life, how you have to lead your life. Now, the concentration, samadhi. You have to practice concentration, vipassana meditation, and everything. And on the basis of these Buddhist ideas, these Buddhist philosophies, many things emerged. Many disciplines emerged in the world, like Buddhist ecology and environment, like Buddhist psychology and psychotherapy, the Monash University of Australia, many hospitals, many medical centers in the world, National Institute of Mental Health, Bengaluru, they are working on Buddhist meditation. And from the psychological point of view, from therapeutic point of view. So in this way, the eightfold path of Buddha is meant for the youth. This is the conduct of younger generation of India, younger generation of world, and this is for all beings of world. This is, you have to, we have, according to eightfold path, Ashtangic mark, and it will reflect on the society. Your action, your right speech, your right action, your right livelihood will reflect upon the society, will reflect upon the nation, will reflect upon the world. And this is for the better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rana, for that very nice explanation of how Eightfold Path can be used by the youth actually to develop his or her own personality, and also in the process contribute not only to himself or herself but to the society, to the country, and even to the world. Thank you very much, Professor. With your permission, can we now take some questions?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. There's just one question on the chat box. Again, Dr. Pawan, he wants to know what type of training modules are available in India and in Indian states, UTs oriented towards the Indian youth to inculcate, this these margs, this suggested by the Buddha.
Training is available. We have in India more than 200 or 250 centers of Vipassana meditation. From there, you will experience the practical aspects of Buddhist philosophy through meditation, through preachings, and then on YouTube, there are many audios and videos available. And then at different centers. But Vipassana center is the best place to know Buddhism, to practice Buddhism, and to
Vipassana
change
center.
your personality from normal personality to the elevated one. You can elevate yourself. Your working capacity, your thinking capacity, positive capacity, thinking positively, everything will be inculcated at Vipassana center. And we have more than 250 centers in India and altogether 400 centers in the world.
Thank you, Professor. There is one more question. How is Buddha Dharma perceived by the other faiths in India? This is from Dr. Sonam.
Again, please, can you repeat the question?
How is Buddha Dharma perceived by the other faiths in India, the other religions?
Actually, see, there is a judgment of court that Hinduism is way of life. In the same way, Buddhism is also a way of life. This is not a religion in Western sense. This is dharma. There is a big difference between religion and dharma. Buddhism is dharma, dhamma, way of life. And the whole structure, the mental structure or philosophical structure of Buddhism is psycho-ethical religion. Buddhism is psycho-ethical religion. Because I told you earlier that this is based on only two things, suffering and removal of suffering. And suffering has no religion, no caste, no creed, and removal of suffering has no religion, no caste, no creed, no region, no religion, mankind, or manavta. So, one thing. Another thing, in modern socially engaged Buddhism. So persons, individuals from all faith, they practice socially engaged. There is no barrier of religion, race, caste, and region. Okay?
Thank you, Professor. There's one more question on how can we implement Buddha's thoughts to children during their school in India. This is from Dheeraj.
Actually, before implementing Buddhist philosophy in children's school, nursery, or in primary school or in middle school or in higher secondary, one has to understand Buddhism first, its practicality first, its practical aspects first. And again, I will come at Vipassana centers, there is courses for children, special courses for children. Those who are interested, they can join, and the teachers, the NCERT, the SCERT can make a curriculum in the light of Indian wisdom, Indian knowledge system. We have to get rid of Macaulay system.
There's one more question, Professor.
Yeah, please.
What are the critical challenges to revive Buddha Dharma in India? Dr. Sonam wants to know.
Actually, there is no challenge, not only in India, but in the whole world. Buddhism, Buddhist faith is increasing day by day. Those who comes into contact with Buddhist philosophy, they understand the importance and they try to follow. And Buddhism is a part of Indian lifestyle, Indian life system. So there is nothing like challenge before anybody.
Thank you, Professor Rana Purushottam, for your excellent presentation and patiently answering all the questions raised by the participants. Before we, adjourn for lunch or break for lunch, there was one presentation we missed out, that of Mr. Kyo Kanti Metia from the Director, International Cooperation Department from Cambodia. I would like to know whether Mr. Kyo, are you present there? Are you present with us? Because I see you, logging in and logging out. So if you are available, we can take your presentation now. Mr. Kyo Kanti Metia, are you with us? Yeah, so he is not available or he's still not logged in. He has been logging in and logging out. So we thought we should have his presentation, which was scheduled in this morning session. Anyway, since he is not there, maybe he will join us in the afternoon or post lunch. And if he's available, we will have his presentation. We wouldn't like to miss any presentations in this conference. So, dear participants, we'll now break for lunch and resume after lunch at exactly at 14:30 hours. I know it's this. I mean, it's already 13:47. 1:45 now Indian Standard Time, and we are just going to have a 45-minute break for lunch, and then we'll resume at 14:30 hours Indian Standard Time. Thank you.
Hello, Ramkar, Mr. Ramkumar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your voice is clear, sir.
Yeah. And what about my video?
Just a minute, sir. Yes, sir. Just switch on your camera, sir.
Camera, okay.
There are two buttons. One is for mic, another one is for start video. You just click it, sir.
It is open now. Start my video. In
Your
my
voice is clear, but your video is not available, sir.
it is now it is
Yes, sir.
okay.
No, sir. No, sir. This is the angle. Yes.
Okay. Or can I go this way?
I think it can be fixed, sir.
That okay?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Now, would you please show the slides to see how it goes? Show my first slide. Yeah, it's good. You can hear me now? Can you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So when my slides come, I will not be seen there, I suppose. Others can see, maybe. I am not in the screen.
Yeah, I think now it's fine, sir.
Um,
File basic.
so, madam.
Cure करना पड़ेगा.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Welcome to the conference. I think you're just joining us now.
Yes.
Maybe you're busy. You were unable to join us.
Adjusting the slides with Ram Kumar.
Okay.
I am audible. Is my slide seen in your screen?
Yes, very visible. It's all visible.
Okay.
You are also visible, Father.
Okay, thank you.
Mandar come. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the 3-day post-lunch session of the third day. We have two more presentations before we have the validity session. And of course, one presentation out of the 23 presentations which could not happen is of Mr. Kiyov Kantimia from Cambodia. We see that he has still not logged into the conference link. In case he joins, we will have him. We'll have his presentation before we conclude with the validity session. So we'll proceed with the post-lunch sessions. As I said, we have two sessions, and both are from India. We'll begin with the session by Dr. Father Susai Lawrence from Jivan Sangam Dumhan Bodh Gaya from the state of Bihar in India. He will be presenting on the topic Life and Philosophy of the Buddha, an inspiration for modern youth. Let me take the privilege of introducing Dr. Father Susai Lawrence. Father Lawrence is in charge of Inter-Religious Peace Mission in Bodh Gaya, Bihar, appointed by the Society of Jesus of Patna province. He has conducted and participated in a number of national and international conferences since 2011. He has presented several papers in various national international conferences in India, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Taiwan, Cambodia, and Japan. He has also conducted peace education workshops for students and lecturers of the Department of Education of Magad University, Bihar, St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. His articles have been published in many national and international journals. Father Lawrence has specialization in conducting workshops and training programs on peace education, stress management, character formation, personality and leadership development, moral and spiritual development, etc. Father Susai Lawrence, the time is now to make your presentation on Life and Philosophy of the Buddha, an inspiration for modern youths.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Mr. Ram Kumar, I request you to show the second slide. Next slide, please. Hearty welcome to each one of you. First of all, I congratulate the organizers for such an international conference. Indeed, the theme, Buddhist philosophy and its role in inculcating values to the youth, it's very relevant for our times. You know, as many religious leaders say, now in the world, the youth population is the highest. And if they change, if they have proper values, and the world will be a better place. So I wholeheartedly thank the organizers also for having given me this chance to reach out to many youths through this conference. Next slide, please. Next slide. The life and philosophy of the Buddha and inspiration for modern youths. Lord Buddha is one of the elegant, enlightened, and ever great personalities of Indian history, or rather the entire human history. His life, philosophy, psycho-spirituality, and self-realized morality is an eternal wisdom bank for the whole humanity. Its entire life, inclusive of his teachings, is a valuable source of inspiration for all human beings. Next slide, please. But to keep to our theme, I will talk more how his teachings and philosophy and life is useful, relevant for our modern youths. Now and then, our modern youths are unable to find purpose in their life. They are confused and where to go, what kind of values to take up in their life, and so on. And this seminar, I hope webinar would help to all those who are listening to this conference. Next slide, please. Though a lot of incidents from his life and many aspects of his philosophy and teachings could be explained, since our time is short, I highlight a few points and significant events and important teachings so that we could deliberate on the given time, the important aspects of his life and teachings. One thing that we can remember is when he was an infant, his father was participating in a ploughing festival, and the maids left him under a rose apple tree, and being alone, the Buddha as an infant cross-legged and meditated deeply and experienced a high level of concentration. This next slide, please. And this would be of very important to him, because to find the truth, he would go around to many places, many gurus, and he would even do extreme penances, austerities to find the truth. But though he would master a lot of skills in meditation, he was not satisfied with what he achieved with the help of those gurus, especially Alara, Kalama, and Udaka Ramaputta. Finally, he would remember his skill of meditating, which he did in his younger days as a child, and using that, following that method, finally he would come to arrive at the truth. Here, how it can be useful for a modern youth is that it said God has given each child, each youth, lot of talents, gifts, and resourcefulness, and the youth should accept that and be aware of the talents and fall on them, count on them, have self-confidence, self-esteem to achieve their goal in their life. So this is one instance, one lesson that all the youths of the world can listen to fall back into their own skills and talents and capacities for their search to find meaning in their life. Next slide, please. So next, what we look at in his life is in this aspect. Some scriptures say that each youth is a masterpiece, and we have to realize that, and we can by realizing that we can contribute a lot to the world. And the next aspect we can see in his life is the compassion of the Buddha. That when his cousin Devadatta, please go forward, switch on, move forward with the slides, please. The compassion of the Buddha. So Devadatta had next slide, please. A shot swan, a bird, and he was about to kill that, but the Buddha got hold of that. Next slide, please. Got hold of that bird, and he treated it and healed it. So here we see the Buddha's close, merciful call to heart towards animals, birds. And it's very interesting to note that the Buddha was born under a tree, got enlightenment under a tree, and finally achieved his parinibbana under the tree. And he always went around forests, trees, meditated himself and thought sitting under trees. And he also asked people to meditate. Next slide, please. Meditate under the trees. So he was more close to the nature always. So nowadays, scientists and religious leaders invite us to care for Mother Earth, our common home. So it's a lesson for all of us youths and every human being to care for Mother Earth. And next, we come to know something about the Buddha's life is goal in our life. Nowadays, what kind of values or goals the parents inculcate into our children and youths? Good degree, job, money, comfort, status, and power. And our youths are running after. When I talk to the youths in Bihar, they say we want a government job. Why? Less work and more money. And so our youths are sometimes, or most of the time, go after power, money, position. And what about next slide, please? So though he was rich, royal, he left everything. His house, he had 3 palaces and a good wife, a lot of musicians and all comforts. He left that and to look for the truth that would liberate the human beings. So here for the Buddha thought outside the box. So he was not comfortable with all the luxuries that we had, but he wanted to find meaning in his life, and especially the causes, the reasons that cause sufferings for us. So from this, the youths are challenged today. Buddha, who had everything, luxury, comforts, left that and find the truth. So for us, it's a challenge for the youth. The Buddha questioned our existential problem, decaying, aging, and death. Whereas many of us don't question this. So his life, when he questioned concretely and critically, is an invitation for the youths to question about, please move on the slides, lesson for the youths, that slide. Not to accept, the youths are now called to not to accept the existence of poverty, ill health, illiteracy, corruption, division, inequality in all fields, superstitions, gender discrimination, terrorism, sexual exploitation of children and women, stress, tension, etc. Please, next slide. Move on to the next slide. So the youth are invited to question like the Buddha and search for solutions. What can I do to my country to be more prosperous? How can I prevent terrorism and so on? So, so the Buddha gives the true values. Please take the slide which says the true values. A slide with the heading the true values. By renouncing money, wealth, comforts, wide pleasures, power, and position for the sake of finding the truth that leads to wisdom, peace, happiness, welfare of all beings, and total liberation, Gautama showed to the world what are more valuable than wealth, power, and money. So, according to him, more valuable than gold are the values of searching for truth. Please move ahead, the slides. The values of searching for truth, wisdom, peace, happiness, compassion, caring, daring, and giving up all that chains us. So this is the value the Buddha is teaching us. Are our modern youths ready to make these values their own? That's a big question. And next is, please go to next slide, not to be satisfied with mediocrity. The Buddha in his life, next slide please, had achieved a lot of meditational skills through the gurus, and they gave him equal status. Like myself with the master of this community, you are also equally a master. Be here because you have achieved what we have achieved. But the Buddha was not satisfied. Though he had attained some success, he said, I have to find the truth of sufferings and the way to prevent suffering. So he went ahead. So this is another, next slide please, another lesson for the youth, not to be satisfied with the success we receive halfway. To keep on searching, until we find the goal that we want to achieve, the meaning that we are seeking, the purpose we are seeking. So this is the lesson and the value the youth can learn from the Buddha. And after leaving those gurus, the Buddha did extreme modification. And he was not eating, drinking, and even stopped his breathing. The desire. This is the next slide, please. The extreme self-mortification. So he was ready to do everything possible. And people thought he was going to die. But later he realized this extreme mortification is not good for to find truth. So next slide please. So he took a middle path, a moderation in all that we undertake. Usually when we think about youth, go to the extreme, whether in fights or in pressures or in spending money or spending time. And the Buddha is teaching a value, moderation. In moderation, in all that we do. Next slide, please. Now we come to his philosophy. When people of his time believed in God and other external deities and rituals for their welfare and salvation, the Buddha taught Attahi Atmananatho, Kuhi nato parasiya attanava sundendana natam labati dullabam. This is the, he said, one, next slide please, one is one's own savior. Who else could be protected? Who else could the protector be? If one controls oneself, he, she would gain a mastery which is hard to gain. So he was, when the people were putting blame on others and God and destiny, Buddha said, you are responsible. Buddha is inviting us and the youth to take responsibility for ourselves and not to blame others or rely on others for our sadness or happiness or for the status of our life. So when we rely on ourselves, take responsibility, self-control is very important. Next slide, please. Self-responsibility and one's capacity. And the Buddha also would say in Dhammapad 165, Attanava katam papam, Attana sankilasati, Attana akatam papam, Attana iva sujati, Suddhi asuddhi pachatam na anno annam isodaya. The meaning of this is by oneself, evil is done. It's by oneself, one is defiled. The same way, it is by oneself, one is purified. And therefore, whether it's purity or impurity is depends on oneself. Here, not only responsibility the Buddha gives, please, but he also points out the capacity that the youth and we can purify ourselves. We need not depend on external rituals and dipping the Ganges or offering pujas, sacrifices, but to relying on our own capacities. Next slide, please. Cause and effect. So the Buddha's main discovery is paticca samuppada. That is the co-origination, dependent co-origination. That is, all things that are happening in this world have causes and conditions. So he said, this being so, that is. And this arises, that too arises. This not being so, that is not. And this ceases, that too ceases. For everything and anything, there are causes and conditions. So the main contribution of the Buddha is that there is cause and effect in physical world, biological world, everybody could understand. But when it comes to our morality, happiness, happy life, people said it's our destiny. It's all in God's hand. No, Buddha said no. In our cause and effect theory operates even in our psychology, moral and spiritual world. Therefore, we can be masters of our happiness and life. And this is an important lesson for all of us and the youth. Now, the Buddha and the psychologist. Now, the main contribution of the Buddha to humanity is discovery about the nature of our mind and its role in our happiness as well as sufferings. And in 2,500 years back, there's a great contribution. And it's psychotherapy. And next slide, please. And Buddhist psychotherapy is also very important. And even today, modern scientists and psychologists in Europe and America, they are referring to Buddhist scriptures to find more about our human mind, about mindfulness, meditation, and its benefits. Therefore, youth, those who want to be psychologists and psychotherapists, can very well take up the study of Buddhist psychology and psychotherapy. It's a very good guide and is indeed a scientist of our human mind. Next slide, please. And in the beginning inaugural session, Mr. Patnaik talks about the stress and tension among the youth and Buddha's solution for that. Next slide, please. Stress and tension. And we can say a lot about Buddhist psychology, but no time. The one main insight is our thoughts affect our emotions. he said. So negative thoughts lead to negative emotions, and positive thoughts lead to happiness. And that this is what he said in his Dhammapad. It's one of the important scriptures of the Buddhists. And their first stanza is, mind precedes all mental states. Mind is there. Please, next slide, please. Mind is their chief. They are mind rod. If with an impure mind a person speaks or acts, suffering follows him like the wheel that follows as a foot of the ox. The same way, if a person talks or acts with pure thoughts, then goodness and happiness follows him. Now, so with these insights, the Buddha says further, Nahi virana virani sambandhida kadachanam. Avirana cha sambandhida avirana avirana cha sambandhi. Iso dhammo sanatano. The meaning is hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. By non-hatred alone is hatred appeased. So this we see in his cousin Devadatta and his relationship. As you know in his story, Devadatta was very jealous of Buddha's growth and popularity, and he was trying to harm Buddha various ways, even to kill. But the Buddha was very compassionate. He knew if he also hates back his cousin, it will not be over. So he was compassionate, forgiving. He never reacted angrily with Devadatta. This shows Buddha himself, and this is a good example for all the youths. Very many times we see youth short-tempered quickly enter into fights, group fights, club fights, class fights, communal fights. And here the Buddha is teaching the youths and all of us, hatred will never end hatred. Therefore, meditation is his psychotherapy. That how to take care of our mind, to watch our mind and to remove the negative aspects there, negative thoughts there, so that we can be cherish positive thoughts and be happy and wholesome. So meditation is nothing but mind and heart development training. So it's a training program. And in that, 4 steps are very important. Knowing our mind, purifying our mind, shaping our mind, and freeing our mind. Next slide, please. So, so he would say his own son to meditate, sit under the tree. And, youth are sometimes taken up to, are they're infatuated and attracted towards beauty, pleasures, and all that are glittering in the world, and they are misdirected in their life. Sometimes even youth forget their goal and they are caught up these worldly attractions. And the Buddha advises Rahula, see the permanent value of things and people is what is, and he says, whatever you see, girls, beauty, or wealth, are they permanent? If it's not permanent, if it is impermanent, suffering and subject to change, can it be called as mind? So the Buddha was talking about wisdom, to meditate and arrive at wisdom, to cling to only those things which are helpful to us, useful to us, have permanent value. And this is a good value for our modern youths. So, therefore, meditation is the biggest contribution that the Buddha has done to the world. It's a must for, next slide please, it's a must for children. Next slide please, for youths and adults to free ourselves from tensions, stress and negativities. So here in Bodh Gaya, we try to introduce concentration, starting from second standard, because it enhances the children's and the youth's concentration, focused study, and character formation too, to remove the negativities in their life and to promote positivity and to arrive at the truth about their life and the meaning and true purpose of their life. So there are some photos. We give personality and leadership development books for the youth in colleges, universities, and mainly value orientations. The values of the Buddha are great sages of our country who give us values which liberate us, which make us more human and divine. And we have a meditation program for youths, personality development program, value orientation, and there is a meditation for school children. And we also do peace education workshop for teachers. And it is interesting now, B.Ed, M.Ed courses have peace education as a subject. That is to train the teachers how to be a model, how to be compassionate, how to be merciful, and so on, to give more importance to moral and spiritual development of children and youths. And this please move on the slides, move on the pictures. And come to the last picture. And so I was happy to know about Rajiv Gandhi Youth Institute of Youth Development. This is what we are trying to do here. And happy I came to know Madam Vasanthi Rajendran involved in this program. And I would be very happy that in the future, if we can collaborate with our intelligence mission program and Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Youth Development to orient our youth.
Thank you, Father Susai Lawrence, for that presentation on life and philosophy of Buddha, an inspiration for modern youth, wherein you have, slightly different from the other presentations where you have given how the life itself of Buddha, there is a message of Buddha, but the life itself, his life itself is a message. Through the different phases, as a son of in a palace, a prince in a palace, and then as a father in various stages, as a friend. He has been there has been lessons which youth can actually there are a lot of lessons for the youth to learn from the life of Buddha itself. So that was very excellent. And now we will go for the questions. If there are any questions, anybody who wish to ask a question to Father Lawrence can unmute their mic and ask him. Meanwhile, I'll just there are some questions in the chat box. Father Lawrence, if I can put them across to you.
Okay, you're most welcome. There is a video last about the true values for the youth. If you want, I can show that at the end. The Ramkar can show that is true success. That if you have time. Now I am ready for questions.
Okay. Actually, I think you have answered this question in your presentation, but however, it will be good to again reiterate the same. Bea Hamrauni, this is from some other country. He asks, how can youth avoid conflicts and keep their inner peace? I think there was a slide on this in your presentation on how the youth can avoid conflicts, but Father, if you can again answer his question.
The problem is most of the time our mind is scattered and worried about this thing, that thing. It goes to the past or the future, never in the present. And therefore, the present problems are not practically seen by the youth. So if when they meditation is knowing what is happening within, the thoughts, anxieties, worries. And then when we are aware, much of it we'll see this unnecessarily we are worrying. And therefore, and if they know, psychology also shows if somebody knows that I am angry, immediately he or she has the capacity to overcome that. This is how more and more self-awareness and removing the negative thoughts and negative feelings will better make that person more peaceful and joyful.
So another question from Ajit Hansraj. To import question from general youth, if the Buddhism is considered as a part of Hinduism. I think this question has been answered by our previous speakers. So we'll move on to the next question. Yeah, by Dr. Sonam Chukki. How can we build peace in an extreme religiously driven conflict in the world?
First of all, religion is every religion is meant to make us more human, more divine. But when people don't follow their own religion, conflict comes. So one way of resolving conflict is to coming to know one another. First of all, his or her own religion and to follow it truly. And then take initiative to know the other. Then the other is taken as considered as the enemy, the unknown and stranger. Then the conflict comes. When we, by knowing the other, we know they are also like us. They also have good values like us. They also have their problems. When we all know that we are in the same boat, then people of religions, different religions, nations can walk together, supporting one another. This is what I see. Any other question, please?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Yes. Dr. Sharmista?
Yes, I just want to ask a question if I am allowed.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty among youths, Father, and with COVID, it has grown day by day. So, what does the philosophy give us, which actually we can overcome the uncertainty which the youth is facing today?
Yes, uncertainty is mainly connected with the future. You know, what will happen. The main thing is the youth, if they look at the problems here and now, their own problem and societal problem, and try to address that. Yeah, the current problems will multiply into bigger in the future. So if you can take care of our present problems, present issues, and future is what do you call explanation. There is no future. Future is a statement. Actually, when the future comes, it will become the present. Okay, the only time we have in our hand is the present. Past is gone, and the future is yet to come. Only present. You know to handle the problems in the present, then they will be able to know the uncertainties of the future.
Yeah, thank you, Father. Thank you.
So thank you, Father. You wanted to make us continue with some presentation. You wanted to show
Video, Ram can show that, it will be very striking, a good value for the youth. We can show that video.
a video.
The true success heading. Can you show? Or you? It's not money, degree, or a big house that brings success. It is happiness and helping one another. That is the true success.
Ram, are you uploading the video? He's not available. I think he is not available, so we'll thank you, Father. Maybe we can. I don't. Ram, are you there? He's
Yes,
not.
ma'am. But
Yes. Are you?
he sent to me only the PPT, not the video, ma'am.
Okay, he has not. Father, you have not shared the video, so and unless and until you're yourself able to, present it, we have to move further then.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Lawrence. Thank you for that very nice presentation. I mean, on how to the message that the life of Buddha itself has for the modern youth. Thank you, Father. So we'll move on to the next presentation, and I think this will be the last presentation, unless and until Mr. Kyo from Cambodia joins us. He has been logging in and out, or maybe some kind of a connectivity problem. Anyway, the next presentation, the final one as per schedule, is by Dr. Mukesh Kumar Verma from India. And he's going to present on Buddhist purpose and perspective on momentariness. Buddhist perspective on momentariness. Let me introduce Dr. Mukesh Kumar Verma. Dr. Mukesh Kumar Verma holds a doctorate from the Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi, on the topic Bharatiya Darshan ko Buddha Mat ka Yogdan, Buddha Mat ka Yogdan, under the supervision of Professor Bhikshu Satyapala and Dr. T.R. Sharma in 2006. He is currently working as an associate professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies, Navanalanda Mahavihara, Nalanda, Bihar in India. He has taken teaching assignment at the level of post-graduation, MPhil and PhD in the School of Buddhist Philosophy, Sanchi University of Buddhist Indic Studies, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, and the School of Buddhist Studies and Civilization, Gautam Buddha University, Greater Noida, and the Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi during 2007-15. He has contributed more than 20 research papers in national and international journals and chapters and books. He has been the recipient of the prestigious Srimati Kamala Devi Jain Smriti Award for his research work. His areas of interest are Buddhist ethics and epistemology. He has been a participant in a number of national, international seminars, conclaves, and I now request Mr. Verma to make his presentation.
Thank you, madam. I am extremely grateful to Major of Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Youth Development for giving me a chance this 3-day international conference on Buddhist philosophy and its role in cultivating value among youth. Today, my paper is basically a very deep concept, deep theory of regarding the momentariness, theory of impermanence. Here we just explore as a theory of impermanence how to apply as a youth and any common human beings and people apply this theory. So many problems in our society, we reduce these problems. As we know, the Buddha had a distinguished view on society, culture, ethics, karma, mental and intellectual construction in human beings. Though he had borrowed the some of the existing idea, but his hypothesis about the karma or karma is categories its fruits of differently in explained and interpreted. His idea of impermanence and its integration with karma has many dimensions and a new kind of interpretation. The three characteristics of existence that we have in mind are the characteristics of impermanence, anityata, suffering, dukkha, and no soul, anatma. These three characteristics are always present or connected with existence, and they talk about the nature of existence. They help us to know what to do with existence. Once we understand that existence is universally characterized by impermanence, suffering, and no soul, we eliminate our attachment to existence. Once we eliminate our attachment to existence, we gain the threshold of Nibbana. It removes attachment by removing delusion, misunderstanding that existence is permanent, is pleasant, and has something to do with self. The Buddha establishes that there is nothing permanent, all is flux. His theory of impermanence follows from his doctrine of dependent origination. The empirical world is governed by a causal formula, asmin sati idam bhavati and asmin asati idam na bhavati. This means that arises depending on cause, the effect arises, and this not being, that does not become. If cause ceases, the effect also ceases. This causal formula is called Patit Samutpad. Buddha provides the scenes of the origin of suffering in it, which is cognized while meditating under the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya. The 12 links formula, Dwadash Nidana, the doctrine of Patit Samutpad is considered to be essence of Buddha's realization. In the Tripitaka, it is claimed that this doctrine brings out the basic principles of jnana and pragya in the dharma. Everything originated from some cause and conditions and disappear when the cause and conditions cease to be. Whatever has a beginning has also an end. The world is in constant flow, and all the objects of the world are subject to change and decay. It is applicable to mind and matter alike, for both are momentary. Everything is changing, nothing exists even for a moment. Life is nothing but a series of manifestation of becoming. All things change, there is nothing human or divine that is permanent. Body, sensation, perception, dispositions, consciousness, all are subject to change or impermanence. Impermanence is the inexorable law of all existence. There are five things which are inevitable. What is subject to old age must grow old. What is subject to sickness must be sick. What is subject to death must die. What is subject to decay must decay. What is liable to pass away must pass away. These cannot be overruled by supramundane or God or any mundane agency. Brahmanism accepts the perceptual cycle of birth and death. Buddhism states the perceptual succession of becoming. There is no being, there is only becoming. Some believes in beings, some believes in non-beings. Both are extreme view. Buddhism believes in becoming. Everything is, this is one extreme view. Everything is not, this is second extreme. Avoiding both these extremes and is rightly called the middle path. Buddha teaches the norms by the means. The gist of the doctrine of the mean is that life is becoming or coming to be. Everything is becoming, change, flux. It is a phenomenal enduring for a moment and produced by preceding phenomena. It produces succeeding phenomena. The world is a successive transitory phenomena. There is no permanent beings. All things are transitory phenomena. All substance are mere aggregates of impermanent qualities, dhamma. They are void of permanence and substantiality. The world is unsubstantial and impermanent. All individuals are series of momentary state of consciousness. is no permanent momentary psychosis. There is only a succession of momentary mental process. A past mental process has lived, but is neither lived nor will it live. A future mental process will live, but is neither lived nor has it lived. Present mental process does live, but it has neither lived nor will it live. Life of an individual lasts only while a mental process lasts. An individual is a child, a youth, a man, an old man. He is a succession of changes. There is no identity in his body and mind. His body continuously changes from one stage to another. His mind also continuously changes from one mental process to another. There is continuity but no identity. There is only a continuous succession of bodily and mental changes. We attribute identity to them owing to their continuity. The changes are causally connected with one another. Each component state is absolutely determined by its antecedent conditions. It is not a causeless event. The world of becoming is governed by the law of causality, Samutpad. It is without beginning or end. Every individual is an aggregate of component elements. It comes into being and passes away. Its elements come together, it produces it. Individuality is the effect of aggregation. Aggregation is becoming. Becoming is becoming different. Becoming different is not possible without disintegration. Disintegration is delusion. Thus, individuality is becoming. It is unstable and impermanent. All existence are essentialist and impermanent. This is the universal law. The cycle world and the physical world and the cycle world are devoid of self. They are unsubstantial. They are transient. They are void. The empirical individual is an aggregate of the body, perception, feelings, disposition, and self-consciousness, which are impermanent. Impermanence is misery. Whatever is impermanence is full of miseries. The Western one philosopher, Heraclitus said, all things are in a state of flux. Walksnaw also hold that all is flow and flux. The Upanishad strays eternal beings or Brahma. Buddhism strays impermanent becoming. It is antithesis of Upanishadic absolutism. It gives a dynamic view of reality. Change is the stuff of reality. Buddha reconcile being and non-beings is in becoming. He says everything is, this is one extreme, everything is not, is another extreme. The truth is the middle. It is perceptual becoming. Becoming is subject to universal causation. Whatever exists arises from cause and condition and is in every respect impermanence. All composite things undergo origination, maintenance, pada, sthiti, and jara, decay, and dilution, erode. All undergo notification. All are impermanent. All component things are impermanent, unstable, and disintegrating. They are without substance and temporary. From roop, form, it means roop is impermanent. The eyes is impermanent, cognition is impermanent, quality are impermanent. All conscious and unconscious component are impermanent. They come in individual form and break up. All component and composite things are impermanent. The Buddhist logician illustrate the theory of momentariness with the help of two classical similes of the stream of river and the flame of lamp. The stream of a river is sustained in its flow by ever new water. It is continuous flow of different water. Similarly, a flame is not the same in the next moment. Every moment it is another. Continuity is only an appearance and not the truth. It may ask, one, if everything is flux and everything is being continually renewed, how can be apparent an external object as the same? The Buddhist state moment similar, and we mistake them to be the same. Similarly, the is mistaken in it for identity. Therefore, the so-called same river and same flame is only an appearance. They are never the same for two consecutive moments. The Buddhist logician further support the theory of momentaneous by a logical argument called Arth Kriya Karitva or efficiency of production. They maintain that the criteria of existence, Sat, is its capacity to produce some effect. And existent things must produce an effect. A seed produces a plant. The seed exists because it has the capacity to produce a plant. Only a non-existent things like a hair horn, a sky flower cannot produce any effect because they are non-existent. Hence, the Buddhist logician deduced that a thing is momentary and impermanent. If a thing has capacity to produce some effect, it must change. Hence, change is the stuff of reality. It is impossible are also permanent. Keeping anger, ill will, thirst, desire, greed, and other bad emotion for anyone is also uncalled for. The ego, self, is also impermanent. Therefore, not for holistic development of social
Yes, Dr. Mukesh, you're not audible. I think there's some problem with your connectivity. Dr. Mukesh, can you hear us? It is okay. Dr. Mukesh? We seem to have lost connectivity with you. Dr. Mukesh, are you there?
He left, ma'am.
He left.
Actually.
Okay.
He left. Okay. He just left.
Okay. It's really, yeah. So the questions cannot also, if there are any questions also, he will not be able to answer. Anyway, I think with that presentation by Dr. Mukesh Kumar Verma on Buddha's perspectives on momentariness, we come to the end of this 3-day conference on Buddhist philosophy and its role in inculcating values through the virtual mode. So now we will now have the concluding session and the concluding and the valedictory session. For the valedictory session, we have our director, Professor Shivnath Dev, who will be presiding over the valedictory session. But before we move on to the valedictory session, we have some important messages to the participants. The first one is that we have shared with all of you the link, the feedback link on the chat box. Please give your feedback, because feedback for any program is very, very important for us to improve such programs in the future, and also to know, how, where we have been actually, where we could really improve the program or the conferences, such kind of conferences in the future. Please fill in the feedback form. And also, we would like to inform you that all the participants who have been with us through these 3 days will be, given an e-certificate, which you will receive it in your email, maybe in the course of next 1 or 2 days. And then this e-certificate will be given to all those participants who have been with us, and attended this conference, at least the sessions, 80% of the sessions. So the others will not be receiving the e-certificate. This is just for information. Yes. So, and the only, and now I'd like to, we would like to start the validity session. I'll just, by giving you a brief, conclusion report. As all those who are present here are aware that the international conference, this international conference we had a total of about 23 technical sessions, of which we could, actually have 22 of them. Just one particular presentation we could not have, because the delegate or the speaker from Cambodia could not join us, and obviously he had some problems because he was trying to join us, and then he was logging out. So there seemed to have been some connectivity problem, and that is why we missed this one particular session. But otherwise, we had 23 wonderful presentations on the theme of this conference, which has helped us to achieve the objective of the conference, because all of the presentations with such valuable inputs by the renowned experts in Buddhist philosophy, who have been able to give us, messages to the youth, the participants present here, who, to how they can inculcate values in their lives. So all the technical sessions were very, very informative, and were centered on doctrines, principles, core values of Buddhism, and promoting goodness, cognitive development, ethical development, conflict resolution, harmony, peace, attitudinal change, life-changing, spiritual practices for leading a quality life in the globalizing world, not only for the youth, but for the general population also. The sessions also discussed on the practice and influence of Buddhist philosophy in various countries, including the Southeast Asia, and presented a broad perspective on the past, present, and imperatives for the future pertaining to the Buddhist philosophy. Ultimately, the conference sought to draw on the core values of Buddhism for its contemporary relevance to youth development. particularly among the participating countries, which was fulfilled through fruitful deliberations and active involvement of the participants. So, in sum and substance, actually, the international conference has turned out also to be a very rewarding academic endeavor, because the discussions and deliberations actually explained, several scientific and educational concepts that are intertwined with major fields of scientific studies such as medicine, neuroscience, psychiatry, psychology, education, counseling, psychotherapy, and paramedical fields. So we hope and trust this conference was, evidence-based, bringing in the need for instilling imperative values among the youth for building a resilient world, besides promoting, adaptive behavior and modification and promotion of positive mental health among the youth, for creating a healthy and positive future generation. So with this now, I would now request our Honorable Director, Professor Shibnath Deb, to deliver the valedictory address.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very clear.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My pranam to all the esteemed resource persons and all other distinguished participants. I, on behalf of the Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development under Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports and Indian Council of Cultural Relations under Ministry of External Affairs, extend you sincere gratitude for your active participation in the program. And also I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed resource persons for sharing your lifelong experience in working in a very important area, that is Buddhist philosophy. Dear friends, we are very happy to get a large number of resource persons in our 3-day international program. And all 23 people were from different countries where the Buddhist philosophy is practiced, and it has a very positive impact among younger generation of those countries. And their deliberations, sharing their practical experiences, as well as the situation of that country in which this philosophy brought change, was very eye-opener, enlightening for each one of us. Now, as you know, that human civilization is going through a crisis phase. This is my understanding. Why I'm saying it is that we are going through a crisis phase, because in one hand, there is a scientific advancement, enrichment in terms of economic prosperity, better amenities, especially in urban area. On the other hand, there is a degeneration of human values in achieving everything in life following shortcut method to become more rich, to enjoy more comfortable life, to have expensive car, big bungalow, luxury life. The situation is paradoxical. In the present situation, we also witness that there are a lot of corruptions across the society. People experience violence, discrimination, inequality, as well as commercialization of everything. Now we are approaching towards very materialistic world where the peace, happiness, I think, is struggling to get a position in the life of common people, because everybody is looking for achieving everything in terms of materialistic gain. And in our social life, why I said the degeneration of human values, an honest person will never be a rich person. Honest person depends on source of earning through honest means. They cannot achieve everything in life. They cannot have a luxury car. They cannot have a big bungalow or villa, or they cannot travel internationally for outing. Honesty, integrity are not the proper parameter to consider an individual as a good human being. The only parameter for us to recognize an individual is the purchase capacity of an individual. How much money you have, what are the materialistic item you possess. Now the big question comes that, is this a parameter to assess an individual? A poor school teacher at primary school who is teaching the small children honestly, efficiently, is he not a right person to be recognized in any program, any event? But do we really give value to a poor teacher whose salary is very poor, but who is committed in his job in delivering services, teaching small children? So we look at everything from commercial point of view, purchase capacity. I give another example. Recently, I met a very important person, to me very important, young entrepreneur. He is running an institution called Super 30, Prakash Anand. I met him in a meeting. He came in the meeting with a chappal. Even he did not have a shoe. He didn't have a proper dress. With an ordinary dress, he came and attended the meeting. But we all acknowledged his presence because of his significant contribution in the society. What he does, if you know him, from various activities, even the Greenish, I would say that there are a lot of films are made on the same individual. His job is to identify children from marginalized families, teach them without taking any money commercially. And his mother used to cook food for all the children. And the 30 children every year, they get the IIT. Now, is this an example before us? He could earn crores and crores of money the way other institutions are running, selling education in a commercial mode. Like there are a lot of institutions, few lakhs rupees you have to pay to admit your child. But that gentleman here does not charge any money. It doesn't charge. Some people offered him that we are ready to pay you crores of money, only you give your name to us, we'll use your name. But he did not agree. No. I get satisfaction imparting education to poorest of the poor. I'm very happy whatever I have. I don't require anything. And in that meeting, he was highly respected, even by secretary, joint secretary, ministry. They had given him so much of value. So then I realized, no, in our society still we value a person who has a good heart and mind to help other people. I think he is the happiest person in the world. He did not have an expensive dress. He did not have a coat, tie, or something like this. But the people who know him, we acknowledge him. That is something we require in the society, to bring all the such type of case study and share with people how one can bring a change in the life of others, how one can disseminate information of happiness, how one can become happy without having much materialistic items, but looking at life in a simple manner and doing something for others. In this context, I think this conference has a high relevance. Buddhist philosophy teaches us how to become happy. Buddhist philosophy tells us to become more tolerant, to have more patience, to be more accommodative, to be more adjustable, to be more positive in terms of thinking, in terms of doing something for others' good, to become a good human being. So the deliberations by 23 learned resource persons were really beneficial for all the participants, even including me. I attended most of the sessions. I found it very much thought-provoking. It brought a lot of change within me that I can feel. Even after attending the lecture, I used to share with others that these are the messages we got from today's so many deliberations. Now, one message we got, that happiness is very important. Relationship is very important. To be kind to others is very important. To contribute to neighboring community is very important. All these things help us to become happy and to attain all satisfaction in life. So this conference, I'm sure that what we wanted to achieve, I'm sure that we could achieve our objective in disseminating the philosophy of Buddha and its role in inculcating values among youth. This conference is highly relevant since this human civilization is going to have a larger number of youth population. And youth population, only the population that can bring any change in the society. Their mind is very soft, they're very creative, and they're very much accommodative. And in that way, if the people who attended, they got the good message, it is expected in turn, they will also disseminate the same information mouth to mouth or with others, what lesson they got from this conference. And I'm sure that it will have a tremendous impact on people who attended it. And it will be an opportunity for them to introspect about life. What is the objective of life? Why we survive? How I can become more happy? So discharging our job and responsibility in whatever position we have, and that too in honest manner, is the best way to have all satisfaction in life. From that perspective, I'm sure that these messages will benefit our younger generation. We are grateful to our Honorable Minister, Sri Kiran Rijiju, who in fact is a follower of Buddhist philosophy, who practiced the same. He took a special interest to attend the program to share his concern and his views about the same philosophy. In fact, we thought of organizing the program on 9th and 10th. As you know it, we had to postpone it because the parliament session was going on, and minister requested us, can you postpone it so that I can attend it? He deliberated, he shared his views. That day there was some sound system had little problem. However, we'll take care of that issue in future. That happened in minister office. But minister message was very much beneficial for each one of us, as well as Patnaik ji, the Director General of Indian Council of Cultural Relations, the way he interpreted the position and the status and the challenges faced by the youth of the society. It might be the dependence on addiction, the mental health challenges they undergo. So in this situation, the Buddhist philosophy has a very important role to give them a feel that how one can become more happy and enjoy better life. Because leading quality of life is very important than mere our existence. So attaining happiness, it is within us. It is within our mind. That is the message we got from all the resource persons. So on behalf of all the our institution, as well as the Indian Council of Cultural Relations, we once again thank all the resource persons, all the dignitaries on the first day who joined us, our Secretary Usha Sharma ma'am, and Joint Secretary Oshish Singh ji, for sharing their views about the same philosophy. It will be lapse on my part if I do not mention the name of Sri Sanjay Bediji, who is the Senior Program Director of ICCR, who was in touch with us. We had a lot of deliberation discussion to finalize the program schedule, and his support was very helpful. Also, we got very good support and cooperation from Indian Embassy in other countries where Buddhist philosophy is practiced. All of them extended all cooperation in identifying the resource person. They all deserve high appreciation. As you know, that organizing any programs require a lot of planning, and for that, Rajiv Gandhi National Institute Youth Development and the Indian Council of Cultural Relations all work together. All staff members, technical support staff deserve all appreciation. In my institution, Professor Basanti Rajendran, David Paul, Ram, Kumar, Bala Subramaniam, and my admin consultant, assistant registrar and other staffs, all of them worked together. It was a teamwork. And through this teamwork, I think we could organize a program very successfully. I find that this was one of the very finest program in my life. Although all those days I conducted several international national conferences and activities, but this online mode also I find it is another option in a pandemic situation to remain connected, to disseminate knowledge among us, exchange our views. So from that perspective, this approach worked extremely well. When the situation will improve, definitely we'll plan for another conference on the same topic, inviting people in our campus. So with these few words, I once again thank all the esteemed resource persons, as well as the distinguished participants who were with us in the last 3 days. And personally, I thank also my colleagues who worked very hard from the very first day when we started conceptualizing the whole project, along with the staff from ICCR. So I thank once again to everyone for your support and cooperation. I would urge everybody that you visit our website from time to time, and you'll find that throughout the year we organize various events for creating awareness, for dissemination of knowledge, for skill building, for sensitization, and other related issues. So you are most welcome to attend any of the program, as we do not charge any fee from anybody. Also, we issue a certificate signed by the appropriate authority based on minimum number of attendance, because that is very essential. Otherwise, one does not take it very seriously. Sometimes compelling people to attend 80% of the session is for their benefit, so that they gain in knowledge. Because in personal life, nobody can have an access to the views and opinions and experience of such a rich resource person. It is next to impossible. Only this platform where we work together, we could bring all the resource person and one could have some knowledge from their experiences. So that is why we come out with a condition of attendance of certain percentage for the benefit of the participants. With this few words, once again, I thank everyone and wish you all the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. It was under your guidance and support that we have been able to successfully organize this 3-day conference, at the end of which I would request my colleague, David Paul, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to one and all present on this online platform. On behalf of the Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development and ICCR, I would like to propose the vote of thanks. We would like to extend our sincere thanks to the Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge for Youth Affairs and Sports, Minority Affairs and Ayush, Shri Kiran Rijiju, for inaugurating the conference and for delivering the presidential address, and for sparing his very valuable time and evincing keen interest in conduct of this international conference. We record our heartfelt gratitude to Mrs. Usha Sharma, IAS Secretary to the Government of India, Department of Youth Affairs, Shri Dinesh K. Patnaik, Director General of ICCR, Shri Asit Singh, IRS, Joint Secretary to the Government of India, Department of Youth Affairs, and Professor Sidnath Dev, Director, RGNIYD, for being the guests of honor during the inaugural program and for addressing the participants during the inaugural session. We express our gratefulness to all the resource persons from Bhutan, Cambodia, India, Mongolia, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam for their valuable resource support and for delivering insightful lectures during the technical sessions. We record our deep sense of appreciation for Shri Sanjay Vedi, Senior Program Officer of ICCR, for his continued support and for the collaboration with ICCR for conduct of this international conference, and for all the efforts he has taken to disseminate about this conference to the Indian missions and posts abroad. We also would like to thank all the Indian posts and missions abroad for nominating the delegates for this international conference. We also have with us a luminary young participants from over 29 countries. We thank each one of you for being an active part in this international conference, without which it would not have been an international occasion in its truest sense. We also thank all the faculty and students of RJNAVD for their active participation. We would like to thank in particular Professor Sidnath Dev, Director RJNAVD, and Dr. Vasanti Rajendran, Head Center for National and International Collaboration, RJNAVD, for their tireless efforts and relentless guidance at every stage of organizing this conference, and for providing direction to this conference besides moderating and facilitating the sessions during this conference. We would be transgressing if we do not acknowledge the contributions of the officials and staff of RJNAVD and ICCR for their help and support in accomplishing the conduct of international conference. We would like to place our sincere appreciations to all the members of various statutory bodies of RJNAVD for their guidance. In particular, we would like to thank Dr. Murali Dasan, Consultant Administration, Sri Ramkumar, Technical Officer, Sri Balakrishnan, Programmer, Sri Ravichandran, PA to Director, Ms. Jayalakshmi, Stenographer in the Center for National and International Collaboration, and all the staff of CNIC and all those others who contributed for this conference at RGNYD, we profusely thank you. Due to brevity of time, I would like to stop here, and kindly do not mind if I have unintentionally missed out to acknowledge anyone. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, one and all. Ma'am, you need to unmute, ma'am.
Thank you, David, and thank you, everybody, all the resource persons and participants and faculty of RGNYD. Thank you, Director RGNYD. We conclude the conference here now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dev, Professor Vasanti Rajan.
Thank you.
Very much for kind support, and the RGIYD Institute. We look forward to similar conferences on various themes in the near future. Lots of love and prayers from Bhutan. Sending lots of fresh air down to India. And of course, thank you to all the international participants. May all of you be well, happy, and safe. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
You see mask? You get mask. इसमें समझ जाइए आटा
আমি একটু বাবাকে দেখতে চলে যাচ্ছি, পরে ফোনে কথা বলবো।